on
with the camera
here.
there.
Yeah, we gotta make sure we get plenty of projectors on this guy, audio here.
can take a little longer sometimes because there's more to discuss. But right now I have it set up so that we're gonna just start at the top, go through magazine, go through newspaper, see how much of both of those we can get through today. And then address the digital categories tomorrow as well as like any remaining categories. But if anyone has some preference about what order to do this in, please speak up based on your experiences. Thoughts? Does that sound good?
Sounds good.
Great. And we'll also be, if you want to take a break for bathroom, snacks, that kind of thing, we'll be running through about noon. So that's 3 hours from now. So just say the word and we'll also take a quick break. Awesome. Cool. Well, we'll get started with the magazine cover category. And we'll also have CJ, I guess, tab through each contact sheet just to get a sense of the whole lay of the land. What I was gonna do is have, once we do that, have you guys select, each of you select top 3s to discuss. And that could, so if everyone's top 3s are different, we can discuss all 12 of those. If they're overlapping, we can discuss basically all the ones that people have ranked in their top 3. How's that sound?
So we want to start by just going through.
Yep, and then Natalie had a good question too about captions, and she'll be reading them, about whether or not you guys want to hear each of the captions, if one was provided, or if you just want them when you say you do. And feel free to ask if we want to see something again or hear something again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Do you guys have a caption preference?
I'm good with the latter, by request, and maybe once we get to top 3s, unless there's something.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, I think it partly depends on what we're looking at, yeah.
Okay, cool. Don't hesitate to speak up if you want some extra information about any of these.
Is there a way for the caption info to kind of show up next to the image?
We can do it this way.
Thank you.
So we'll tab
We'll
through
tab
the
through.
contact sheet.
Yeah, okay. Just that maybe like a few seconds each. Is it okay speed?
I think we're going too fast.
Yeah,
Do you
maybe
feel
a
okay?
little slower.
Yeah, absolutely. Would you like me to go back a few?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, thank you.
How many total are in this category?
Thank you.
10. So here, this is the first one.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, and that's
Great, thanks. Is there any of these you guys want to see again? Up close? I feel like this is also a nice view to see them all in the contact sheet like this if you want to spend a moment looking at it this way.
Can we see the Real Americans cover again? The bottom left. Yeah.
Is it this one?
Yeah. Thank you.
second one again, the top, that one. Thanks.
Can I see the last one, the science? Thank you.
Can we see the mayfly one close up? Thank you.
How do you guys feel about listing 1 through 3 shortly? Or do you want to spend a little more time?
Do you wanna go through them just big one more time with like 3 seconds each?
Can we look at the second to the last one? Please, thanks. Thank you.
Can we see the writer portrait a little, the top middle one? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thought I'd start some discussion too about any of these in particular that you guys want to talk through before sharing top 3s.
it's all excellent work, of course, and, you know, I think editors are using their space really creatively. I like the energy in quite a few of these, and the simplicity and the complexity as well, you know. I think it's really nice work.
It's nice to see so many different styles of photography, but there does seem to be some common threads that tie them together.
Wish it wasn't only one magazine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was the small.
There's
the
technically
small
two
edition.
magazines.
Yeah, yeah, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
definitely
It's kinda
noticed that.
surprising.
very similar design across all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, just said the word design, and I'm curious, you know, trying not to be too influenced by the way that the design is, around, you know, incorporated into how I'm looking at the photograph.
Can you say more about that?
Well, for instance, if you look at Mayfly and the text that is, the shape of the magnifying glass, you know, just sort of how type is being used.
Can you open up the Mayfly one?
Yeah.
Like how that might help for her, how the photo is displayed?
Well, just, and how much should I pay attention in judging to, you know, there's a lot of type happening on that photo versus the room to breathe on a lot of the other ones, with the type kind of in the background.
I quite like this. I think it's a good example of, you know, a case when in a magazine the art department and the photo department have a good collaboration. The design helps the photo shine, and vice versa. I don't know as much about the story behind this, and would be curious to learn more. Just kind of the purpose of a magazine cover, and I like the sense of wonder that is kind of hinted at, but would love to hear other people's thoughts.
Yeah, I agree. I think the typography feels like, you know, the fly is flying as well, you know, the shapes of the directional movement of the type, the dimensions. I think this is an effective cover.
Well, I'm curious too, like, just the question you bring up, Jasmine, of like, you know, how are we judging some of these covers with regards to the design too? Because like different newsrooms might have different design and photo teams and different resources devoted to those. How do you guys feel like that should be balanced when looking at this?
Well, I guess in this situation, it's mostly one magazine, so it's a little different.
Well, I imagine this will come up again in some future categories as well.
I mean, I think it's just whatever a newsroom's or publication's situation is, you know, it varies, of course, right? You know, does a team have multiple members who collaborate in a certain way that allows them to, you know, to be more creative or whatever that may be. I don't think it should. For me, it doesn't. You know, it's not a negative or a positive. It's how you use what you have.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, some teams are small, some teams are big, some teams are, you know, have different work paces, workflows that affects this, you know, deadlines. So I think you start parsing it down and putting that in the mix. For me, I don't want that to get in the way.
Mm.
Yeah, and I think, just talking through this cover and kind of the interaction between design and photo, trying to think of it in a way that, like, if there wasn't that extremely, dynamic type treatment, would this still have been an interesting cover with more conservative design? And I think that could have been the case, whereas some of the other covers, I do feel like the design is like the main power, and it gives the cover the gravitas, and the photo is kind of like a quiet one. So maybe we can kind of think about in that way.
Yeah, interaction is a great word there.
Can we back up to CL10 again?
I'll add one more thing to that. I think ultimately it's, what we're doing is visual storytelling, and we always use elements of visual storytelling. So if the design and the photography are working together well, that's a big plus,
Yeah.
So we're to award 3 places plus
So yeah, I was just gonna make this note, we've got first, second, third, and also an honorable mention option. And actually, one thing I just wanted to confirm is aligned with the other categories, whether you guys have to give a 1, 2, 3 before offering honorable mention, because in the past I think we've done some skips before, if that makes sense. So let me just try to get an answer on that first. But yes, you have 4 awards to give.
So Emily, can you repeat that?
Yep, you've got first, second, and third to
Mhm.
give, as well as an honorable mention. And the one thing I'm trying to clarify is if you can do like a first, second, and an honorable mention. If something maybe doesn't rise to a third,
Oh, I
you
see.
still want to give it a recognition. Any questions with that?
Well, it's hard to say for me right now, but I think if it's made it this far, and we feel like, it's probably going to be dependent on how this goes. I don't know. I can give a. What do you all think? I don't think I could agree on limiting it yet.
What about 4 honorable mentions?
And oh yeah, there is only one honorable mention to give. So
I agree with that.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
And this might come up in later discussions too, we can always talk it through.
all of the work that's made it thus far is more than honorable. So, bravo to these editors. Do we want to go through and do an in and out?
Yeah, why don't we start with that?
Is that a good way
Yeah.
to see if we have any outs?
Cool. So we'll go through each one by one and align on ins and outs.
So that one's in for me.
Same.
Yeah.
This is out for me.
Out.
Was that all for?
Out.
Okay.
It's a good portrait.
This is out for me.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
still
out.
know if it's important.
I'm gonna say out for this one.
Yeah,
Out,
I'm
yeah.
with you.
Alright, and if anyone feels strongly, we can always keep it in the mix to discuss too. Okay, so that's an out from all four?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
This is out for me.
Yeah.
I think it's a nice portrait. But it's out for me, yeah.
Yeah, it's out for me too.
Out.
No?
It's in for me for now. I'd love to discuss it.
Same here.
Great. Up for discussion?
In for me. Just curious to discuss more as well. Anybody else?
Yeah.
This is out.
Out.
Yeah, out. In.
In.
In. This is in for me.
In.
Yeah, in. Out.
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 Sorry, science. Nice. Still nice.
Yeah.
Alright, that was 10. So we've got half left.
Can we filter?
And I really appreciate that you guys are willing to have some in the mix just to talk about too. I think that's been, a really fun and informative part of this discussion too, is just talking about these together.
Nice.
Interesting to see sort of the three, black and white, the one sort of like sepia vibe, and one color, for what it's worth.
Are there any of these you guys want to pull out and talk about real quick?
So the Spike Lee cover was photographed by his daughter, yeah?
So it's,
That's interesting, and it's hard to pull off a cover in that kind of a situation, like oftentimes family members. It's risky, but it worked out here. It looks pretty, I don't know. It's
Yeah, can-
simple, yeah, and it's intimate.
Can we see it big, please?
Like the first pass, I really liked this cover, and then the more I like looked at it, it was like I've seen Spike Lee like this a
Yeah.
lot, and it feels like kind of easy as like a single photograph. Like it's not giving me anything new about him. I love the color and the angle and the design. I think it all works really well together.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's working for me is the angle, the engagement, even though we've seen Spike Lee with that expression,
Yeah.
but still, I like the way the editor used the space.
Yeah, the reds and the blacks and kind of not such a poppy light is really working nice here. I agree with you though, Genghis. I think we have seen this angle of Spike before multiple times, and so. What do you all think about the Americana cover?
Yeah, let's go to that one and discuss.
it's striking. I wonder what the story is about.
Redefinition of the real Americana, the WP magazine's annual photo issue.
It's interesting to me because I'm really drawn into her hands in the bottom of the frame, and usually I look at the eyes in the top first, but my eyes kind of go opposite and sort of heavy in the bottom in a good way. Sort of like I found her face after I found her hands. And the flag.
Thank you so much.
Like not really a fan of this image. It's like a lot of extra stuff going on that probably doesn't need to be there. The power lines and the extra little bits of tree. I also kind of just like low angle, wide angle. And I'm on the opposite side of the fence with you, where I want to focus on her face first versus, I know the flag is probably important to this story, but I'm just like distracted by her hands and like the bottom half versus I want to meet this person. This is out for me.
I do find the lines, the power lines. I don't mind the trees on the side, but the power line.
None of that bothers me for some reason, but I really respect both of your input. And I kind of agree with you. My eye doesn't know, like her face is kind of competing with the hand and the flag, and so I think for me what's striking is kind of it's hard to tell what her facial expression means, and so that's why I'm drawn to it. I want to understand more what this photo essay is trying to say about the real Americana, but absolutely understand other comments regarding this.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of competition for my eyes. Although I really love the hands, that detail, you know.
Yeah.
But I want to see her eyes, you know. I want to see. I want the hands in the eye. You know, I want that to be more of a directness. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
my eye starts bouncing back to that background. But I mean, I think it's still a beautiful picture. But I think it's
Yeah.
you know.
Fair enough. I guess we can take this
We have,
out, right?
yeah, we have a couple options, either to take this out completely if there's consensus on that, or we can go back and have this kind of discussion for any of the others. What do you guys feel?
We have 5 in our set still.
Yeah.
And you were just talking about the Spike Lee one and this one.
Should we talk through like top 3, maybe? What do you think?
Sure. And just to confirm, I got confirmation on 1, 2, 3, and then awarding an honorable mention. So you have to go in that order.
If needed.
What's that?
Or
If
always,
needed.
or if needed.
If needed, if wanted. Yeah, does anyone feel comfortable calling out a top 3?
I'm pretty solid on top two.
Mhm.
Say like Ukraine, the Mayfly, and Afghanistan would be my top three.
In that order?
No.
Just those are my top three as well.
Those are my top three.
Do we all agree to get rid of Real American?
Or to at least, those are, we'll keep the top three and then discuss
Okay.
what happens with the other two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we
We'll
can
have
look,
up to 4 to award.
hmm.
Yeah.
If we could look at the top three big again.
Yeah. Let's start with the Ukraine one.
Thank you.
So what draws each of you to move this one up?
I like the engagement and the layers, you know. And they feel, I mean, I get the impression that they are stuck, you know, they're in transition, they're hopeful and, you know, kind of longing for things to be better. And then, you know, there's some pain as well. I just think there's so many, it evokes so many different emotional feelings for me when I see it. I'm assuming that's a mother and a child.
Mm-hmm.
And just knowing the context of the war at that time, well, you know, at least the moment in time, you know, when Ukrainians were leaving, that they feel, you know, they are wandering and should be home, but they're not.
Yeah, like Robert said, there's a lot of nice layers and a sense of transitioning, I assume, from Ukraine to the Polish border. It kind of reminds me of that photo by Vadim Gerda in the AP of like the mother and child across the window with like the fogginess. There have been a lot of images along these lines, but this rises as a cover. It works well with the headline and the topic itself, and really gets at a lot of emotional notes as well. Sense of family.
Can we see what date that was? Is that May?
May 1st, 2022.
Any other thoughts on this one? Do we want to move on to another of the top three? A little bit of whiplash, but one draws.
I like the creativity, and it you know, it's, I don't want to say this, it's yeah, I think Sylvia said it earlier, that there's a sense of wonderment, and it draws me to want to open the page and see what this what this story is about.
Yeah, there's a lot of curiosity, like even from the photographer to this topic. Like they really got into it and wanted to make the story interesting for people on the newsstand, and it's inviting. I don't know, I want to know more. There's layers, there's a lot of nice curves, and it's pleasing.
I'm kind of bummed I missed this. Like I want to go back and read this story now.
Yeah.
I love the balance between the eye and the eyeglass and the mayfly.
All right, why don't we look at the third one then? Why did this one stand out to each of you?
I love that he's seated with his firearm and his gun. I love that the photographer is not showing the faces of the people around him, or sort of used it to frame the portrait.
I'm happy to be overruled, and like would love to discuss more too. I haven't seen this full edit or anything like that, or the full project, but a very important topic. Cover-worthy story, of course. I just wonder if this image is a cover.
I think the power of this picture is I guess my reaction to seeing this is the moment in time that we were in. I'm assuming that this is after the, well, it says after the fall. So, but how soon after the fall? You know, when there was so much uncertainty. There was also this expectation that, well, no one knew it was gonna happen. Although Taliban was making promises that things wouldn't be the way people thought they would, but this person in the picture, I don't know what to call him, sorry, is clearly someone who's trying to show his power and control, and I can't imagine being there and as a photojournalist and making that picture to try to convey that moment in time without because this feels like a portrait. I guess it's a portrait. I don't think it was like in a meeting or anything like that, but there's some menacing power aspect to it that, I mean, I think it just kind of jumps out at me. I went around in circles to get there, but that's why. It's like, this has this power to it because of the menacing aspect.
Yeah, I'm getting some of that too, which like around that time period, it's like what the rest of the world was thinking about what was happening in Afghanistan. It's like, should we be threatened right now? Like, holding the gun towards the camera, but not directly at the photographer. Also kind of obscure, like who are we dealing with right now? You have the sunglasses on, it's slightly dark. So I get a lot of the emotions in a similar way like I was feeling when the Taliban took over Afghanistan. It's like what's gonna happen next? Who is this group? What are they gonna do?
I see.
There's a grittiness to the photograph, and I think it's it can be a tough choice for a magazine to kind of go in a kind of gritty direction. So I think they took some chances there too.
Yeah, I agree.
Plus Lorenzo's fantastic. He's an incredible photographer with a long, I mean, it says it there in the captions, but he spent a lot of time in Afghanistan and knows how to work there really well.
Does anyone want to make a case for a top one? We're starting to order these. I think what's really interesting and what your challenge will be is to look at these three very different topics and elements of newsworthiness.
I feel like as a cover, the Mayfly one stands out. It's because of the creativity, the use of the space there.
Yeah, that's just like that's a cover image, like, that's just a strong cover. It's just top one for me as well. And then second would be Ukraine. I don't know, like, there's no third yet.
Any other contenders for top one?
Ukraine and Mayfly are both fantastic covers.
I guess, do you agree with those two for one and two? Or do you want to keep?
I mean, personally, for me, it's Afghanistan, Mayfly, and Ukraine for 1, 2, 3.
in order? All right, well, I guess let's talk this through a little bit more granularly then. So I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm hearing the Mayfly and Afghanistan as stated top ones, if we want to sort of talk about those two first. Or did I miss a nomination for Ukraine?
They're so different.
Yeah.
Yeah. let's look at them again. Let's look at those two.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
The Afghanistan and Nepal.
Yes.
I personally prefer this one to the other one. Like, I just struggle with the other photo. I don't know. It's just in terms of the cover space and how much really the cover needs to convey. Like, read the rest of the thing. Like, I get a lot of that oomph from this image. Whereas the other one, like, if we're talking about picture editing, I'm curious to see, like, more curious to see the full take of Lorenzo's project. Whereas this one, I feel like this was the cover image. I don't know.
Well, why don't we like unpack that question a little bit about like what a cover, what you guys feel like a cover means or should say. What do you guys think?
I mean, I think top of the list is to compel you to open the book, Also, if there's a level of curiosity in storytelling that compels you to open the book, then I think that makes it more successful for me. But at the same time, if the cover image is striking and compelling, and that causes you to open the book, that's very important too. But in this case, I agree with Sylvia. These photos are so different, but there is something about this as a cover that there was more of a stretch in the editing. I think it was a difficulty factor that they overcame to make this successful. And part of it has to do with the collaboration with design and so forth. But I mean, it's a different picture too.
It definitely sparks curiosity makes me want to know more this topic. I also wonder if this was sort of like a studio portrait, or is this a scientist doing science? But I don't know if that's necessarily important in our judging for this.
I'm not sure that we have any more information on this beyond the caption, right? And that's the full caption.
I don't know that that's supposed to come into our.
Yeah. Why don't we look at the Afghanistan one again? And we can also keep Ukraine in the discussion because you guys are, going to attempt to rank these. Does anyone want to speak to why this should rank at the top?
On like the is this a studio point? Like this is clearly not a studio. It's like this is like this is a real moment
That's
capture.
right. Yeah.
And I'd always defer to reality versus something that might be staged or set up for, specifically for a cover, since we don't know how much was behind the mayfly. So that drops in for me a little bit versus this, where I can imagine being in a situation like this and being really, really tense and, trying to figure out how to navigate that. And it's just a moment in time captured rather perfectly and then displayed also really well.
And Jenkins, can you just speak to a little bit more why, sort of the why behind
You're gonna keep poking me all day.
Yeah. This is the fun part for me, is to just probe your brains.
It's still early, it's not much there right now.
That's fine too.
There's some tension in this too with I mentioned, the gun is not pointed at the camera, but it feels like at any moment he might lift it. And I also agree with Sylvia that, it's like, when I look at this, I'm like, is this a cover photo? But I do respect the risk and sort of, or the decision that this editor made to put this on the cover.
I feel like I don't have any experience designing or working on covers, so I would defer to people that have on that. Like, is this a cover photo or not? I would say my experience is like, does this lead the story well? It's like, does it convey where we are to readers? Does it convey like the central point of the story? And I think this one accomplishes those goals. But as far as like, does this work as a cover? I don't really have experience doing that. So.
And I think it's interesting that, we do know this is not in a studio, but it almost does look like if you brought him into a studio, he might strike this type of, this might look like, it looks controlled in an uncontrolled environment, I suppose is what I'm trying to say there. Like, he showed up for his portrait and was like, this is what I want to do. But I might be editorializing my own thought there. And then Ukraine looks very pure, moment just caught as a train or a bus is about to leave. So.
Yeah, why don't we go back to that one and spend a little time there too.
Yeah, I think seeing this helps me, or helps me understand why I'm gravitating toward this one and not the Afghanistan cover. Like, here, this is a cover story. This is, of importance to, in so many ways right now, to pay attention to the ongoing conflict there. There's a moment, there's lighting, there's eye contact, there's layers, whereas that's kind of lacking in the other one for me. Cover, an ambiguous cover is, I think, oftentimes a risk. And maybe that goes to speak to power of the editor in the Afghanistan cover. Even they took a risk on something that's maybe not such an easy read for people. So I'm happy to respect other jury members' opinions on that one.
So are you saying that this should be moved up to one of the top two?
For me, this is top two.
More of a found situation, less controlled, but also, and it's also very creative and, yeah, very engaging. Lots of uncertainty and
Yeah, I think this does have more. I don't want to really, let's see. If you go back to I guess the distinction here is, although both of those pictures are direct, even though you don't see the man's eyes in the Afghanistan photo, this one, has a connection. I get a connection, but I'm all over the place right now with these two, because when I start speaking about this one and I start thinking about the other one, because the other was not on the screen, I do feel the engagement in the other one is the tension and the kind of the power and the boldness, whereas this one I feel more like a humanity, a connection with humanity, and because we all understand the context of the situation. It's just so different.
Is there a way to look at those three in a contact sheet?
Oh yeah, that would help.
Oh, look, I'm gonna do 2 stars on all of these and then filter them. We can change that back.
I would say like ultimately like I'd be happy with these three in any sort of order. Like it's going to the same photo editing team. Like,
I agree. I'm sort of with you
they're
on that as
they're all
well.
really good covers.
And I could make an argument for all 3 of these.
I guess it all depends on what you want. There's the Mayfly one with the creative. It has that extra layer of visual storytelling. That's, but it's a different thing. It's not documentary. So.
Would it make sense for us to hear the category definition for us to judge? Or is that helpful? Magazine cover, is there a specific,
I'm looking at the website right now.
just to make sure I'm judging correctly.
Right.
So from the NPPA website, it says photo editing is an inherently collaborative process. Photo editors identify the best pictures and organize and shepherd them to the public eye through a balance of risk and restraint. They ensure that text, pictures, design, and layout all work together to tell the story with impact. The act of editing may be a team effort or may be performed as an individual, but it is never completely in isolation.
Thanks.
So it says judges will consider design, layout, and innovative uses of technology, but will weigh most heavily on how the photos have been considered, sequenced, and presented.
Great, thanks. And was there like a magazine cover category
Specifically for,
description as well?
it just says best use of photography on a magazine cover.
Okay.
Sorry. Not very helpful on our part. Well, like the 4 of you do have different backgrounds and kind of different publications that you work for now, not all magazines, but what are some, I guess, like guiding forces or like most important top line things that you look for in the cover?
Cover can be too complicated. It has to be an easy read. Striking.
Right, well, since this is our first category and still early in the weekend, I'm gonna nudge us towards trying to rank these. Do we have any, I guess we already have some nominations for top one, so let's see if we can align on that order. If someone wants to make an argument for their top choice.
Let's see the Mayfly one again, big. Please. Let's see the others as well. Right?
Yeah,
So
maybe
go
go
three or just go through?
Let's go
Why don't
through.
we go through, yeah, each one individually for a moment. Thank you. You ready to see the Afghanistan one? Sorry.
Oh.
Alright, so we have a nomination for Mayfly as top. Any others?
On Mayfly, Ukraine, and then Afghanistan.
Likewise.
How do we feel about Mayfly as a one?
I'm also open to Ukraine, Mayfly, Afghanistan, just balancing with like the topic, like the gravity of the topic itself. Yeah, so either one of those.
Afghanistan is also a third for me. Could be persuaded for Mayfly or Ukraine as one. For different reasons.
And Cengiz, I promise I'm not picking on you. I know you were advocating for Afghanistan as a one.
I'm alright with any of these being one at this point.
Mhm.
They're all fantastic photos
Yeah.
and fantastic covers.
Yeah.
Mayfly, Ukraine, Afghanistan, they all work really well for me as being 1, 2, or 3. So, well, I'll defer. If the group says Mayfly, it sounds like, possibly Ukraine. That's fine with me.
Any folks who feel strongly about the order of Mayfly in Ukraine for 1 or 2?
Yeah, I like that. Mayfly, Ukraine, Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Okay, that feels right.
All right. Sounds like we have a consensus. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We're not quite done yet. We have an option to give an honorable mention if that, it is on the table.
I'm okay not giving one.
So these were the 2 remaining possible honorable mention.
I don't think those come close to our top 3.
I agree.
Yep.
Great. Anyone advocating to keep these? Okay.
I'm good.
Great. Yeah, that was really helpful to see them like that. Thank you. Okay. Congrats. First category down.
Can we take a 5-minute?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'd just like to confirm very quickly.
Yes.
I have Mayfly, Ukraine, Afghanistan, no honorable mention.
Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Natalie, right?
guys ready to launch into general news story?
Yeah.
Great. And Natalie has graciously offered to read us the category description before we launch in as well.
It's coverage of an individual news event or issue, single or multiple pages.
And do we want to just click on these one at a time in order to?
Yeah, we could like spend a moment with each page going through, and then if you wouldn't mind, maybe you could read the project description, and then you could let us know when we're on to a new project. Does that work for all?
Yeah.
Okay. This is a magazine essay with photos by Kaja Streck, following patients, protesters, and healthcare providers on both sides of the divide after Roe v. Wade was overturned by the U.S. Supreme Court.
Which publication is this? Post.
It does not tell me in the caption. It's the Post.
That was the first one.
That's the next one.
This is a magazine story with photos by Guillemette Herbeau, retrospective photo essay on the conflict in Ukraine leading up to the war that began in 2022. And the caption for this is Americans' ties with Ukraine through birth and family sit for portraits for Russian-Ukraine-American documentary photographer Stella Kalinina as they reflect on the current conflict.
That's the end of this one. End of all of them.
So we only have three submissions to discuss for this one.
Can we go in the order they are?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, and back to the contact sheet too. I can
Oh, back
send
to the
you
contact sheet, sure.
We got, so we had Strobe story and two Ukraine stories, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
options for photographs? Or is it just the story caption? I just,
The
looking at-
photographs have captions on the page,
Okay,
so if there's a specific caption on the page you'd like to.
just curious what's the fifth, next picture, that one? I can't read it.
Which photo are you
The large photo on the left side, what's that say?
It says Barbara Williams, 60, has been working at Cary Christian Center in Cary, Mississippi, as a women's health care provider and child care worker since 1988, when she took prenatal classes there during her first pregnancy. She opposes abortion but promotes contraception to the center's visitors.
No, what's the caption info for the one with the bunch of children?
A vacation Bible school organized by Cary Christian Center, Williams helped deliver and provide care for many of the students.
Thank you.
And then the caption on the first picture on the first page, this square. Yeah.
This 19-year-old came from Tennessee to the Hope Clinic for Women in Illinois with her 10-month-old son. The woman who agreed to be photographed but not identified called for an appointment to have an abortion when she was 6 weeks pregnant. However, it took several weeks to raise the funds for the flight and the procedure.
Or any others you guys want some more information on or captions?
Can we just kind of, click through? Yes.
What's the caption here?
Jackson Women's Health Organization remained open long after its official closing time on July 5th. In the last days of legal abortion in Mississippi, the employees wanted to help as many patients as possible.
Can we look through the next story as well? Thank you.
Can you read that caption?
Yes. These pages clockwise from bottom left, a destroyed statue of Lenin in Kotoskov. Now, Podoslik in the Odessa region in December 2013. Anti-riot forces use weapons against masses in pro-EU demonstrations in Kiev in January 2014. A bomb disposal squad from the self-declared pro-Russia Donetsk People Republic detonates shells on a battlefield on the outskirts of Detelsbif in the Donbas region in March 2015, barricades set up by demonstrators in Kiev in January 2014.
also written by the photographer?
I believe so. It says photographs and interviews by the same person.
So the other two are written by as well, right?
Alright. Any first impression?
The images in the second story, those were from all different years, sort of like a retro, it literally says retrospective, okay.
Yeah, because some of those dates were
Mhm.
years.
Mhm.
Yep.
The first two stories are just well done. Documentary. I like the storytelling. I like the storytelling of the Roe v. Wade one better in that there's more of a, showing both sides in this moment in time after or as that deadline. So that one for me stands out. And the presentation is excellent, I think. I like in both of those stories, I like the play of the photos on the spread.
Do we want to click on one of those and dissect that just a little bit between those two? Like when you talk about play and the photos.
Yeah, I just think that's a solid choice the editor made. And to use it so big, this contemplative, quiet, I love this picture. I thought the groupings, the packaging is storytelling in itself on each spread or page. Although this one, I'd like to know what the caption is for that last, I guess, is that one caption for all of them?
There's captions for each of
Oh, it's
them.
for each, okay. The last photo?
On the right,
Oh, yes, please.
Jessery Jones, 33, was younger than her oldest daughter is now when she first got pregnant. The boy she was with took his condom off without telling her. Her mother took her to the pink house for an abortion. She remembers only that people outside were shouting at her, pulling her arms, and praying loudly.
Can we also get the caption for the other two, or the
Cityscape?
yes?
See you on the last one.
It says the Gateway Arch in St. Louis, seen from East St. Louis, across the Mississippi River. When Roe v. Wade was overturned, Missouri was one of the first states to introduce a total ban on abortion, whereas abortion access is protected in the state constitution in Illinois. And I should have said, seen from East St. Louis, Illinois.
And what about the one below?
Nina Raghunathan, an OBGYN at Delta Health Center, a community clinic in Mount Bayou, Mississippi. And then it's a quote, "People often think that abortions only happen when a person doesn't want to have a child, but there are so many other situations as well," she said.
Can we read this one too?
Maddie Petrosky, 26, second from the right, with colleagues at the Hope Clinic where she works as a medical assistant. Petrosky had an abortion there when she was 13 and hadn't known that she could become pregnant. Everyone at school found out what happened, she says, and she was called a murderer and a killer. She had a daughter at 16 and worked as a children's caregiver before coming to the clinic.
Who's the photographer on this?
Kasia Struck.
How do we feel about going through the second one as well, with spreads and any captions to try? Thanks.
And for this one, did you want all captions read as you look at the images?
Captions would be helpful. Thank you.
Left, a man in Kiev's Independence Square in February 2014, after the government's deadly crackdown on demonstrators who supported a move to join the European Union. And then below, fortifications in November 2021 in Shronosky, Ukraine, on the Sea of Azov. It does have captions here for the first page, I believe.
Okay.
If we want to look at that. It didn't have a caption on that page, but it's here. Previous pages, Ukraine ground forces sitting about a half mile from pro-Russian troops in the Donbas region in February 2017.
So the most recent images in this story are from 2021?
It looks like that from the captions. And it looks like the earliest are from 2013. These pages clockwise from bottom left, a destroyed statue of Lenin in Kotoskov, Napodostik in the Odessa region in December 2013. Anti-riot forces used weapons against the masses in pro-EU demonstrations in Kiev in January 2014. A bomb disposal squad from the self-declared pro-Russia Donetsk People's Republic detonates shells on a battlefield on the outskirts of Dedeltsiv in the Donbas region in March 2015, and barricades set up by demonstrators in Kiev in January 2014. And then going on the left from top to bottom, married Ukrainian soldiers Yulia and Alex, who were stationed between Potosnov and Permoskov in February of 2017. And then Yulia Tedesklava, who was hit by a bullet in November 2019, a few hundred yards from where the Ukrainian army has taken position. And that bottom image is miners in the Donbas region in 2004. And then the image on the right, a Ukrainian soldier in the village of Volosiv in November 21. The village was cut in two, one part in Ukraine and the other controlled by pro-Russian separatist forces.
You guys want to look at third as well?
Adorned in blue and yellow of the Ukrainian flag, Victoria Franco takes part in a protest near Los Angeles City Hall on March 19th, weeks after Russia invaded Ukraine.
Well, these were all shot by one photographer.
Yes. And the rest of the images do not really have captions, they just have information about the people. If you'd like me to read those, I can.
like spreads, there are interesting, visually compelling photos, and yeah, they're well edited, and sequenced. And so I think the first two I'm leaning toward as well. Maybe a slight preference for Ukraine, just because I think there are some a little more interesting spreads in there. But then I'm also torn because the Roe v. Wade story is seemingly entirely recent, whereas the Ukraine story has been from 2013 to 2021. So there's a lot more room to play with images in that. So I am in between those two. Anyway.
And I did misspeak before. One of the captions did say one of the photos was from 2004.
Oh,
Thanks.
thank you.
Rose number one for me.
Can you say just a little?
You know, I love that this photographer looked at this as a full topic, and there's some pictures that are, you know, such as the cityscape and things that are a little unexpected in there. They did a great job of trying to document
in the Ukraine series. It's just a really good piece.
Well, it sounds like we have some consensus on this one. And I also think you guys bring up some really great points about, you know, the role of the photo editor in these, sequencing and working with the photographer, that kind of collaboration, also working with designer.
Yeah.
Great. So that first package will be a first place designation.
Are you I thought you would say Ukraine was your first one.
Polite panel today.
No,
Yeah.
I'm happy with this choice. It's a very strong piece.
Great. Well, it sounds like this Ukraine one also struck a lot of this, sorry, the second one
Yeah.
struck a lot of you as well.
Yeah, it's strong. As a retrospective, and like Robert said, it's a great history lesson, well put together. I guess when we put it next to the abortion story, we're all leaning toward one over the other.
Do you guys want to place the other two as well?
Yeah, I mean, Ukraine second, the retrospective second. The other one there, I really wish I love the idea, and I love to hear the voices and, of of the people there. I wish the photography was more engaging though. I feel like there wasn't really.
So the debate here is whether to include this in a ranking or not.
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds like you guys are aligned on ranking that Ukraine retrospective as two, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great, thanks. Okay, yeah, so the discussion is whether this should be three or not at all.
I struggle with this. I think if all these individuals pictured are all reflecting on what's going on in Ukraine, it would have been nice to have some kind of a visual thread throughout, or if the portraits in the same spread are somehow communicating with each other. It's a little bit hard to gain that without reading the text, which is, photography can do more than that. So I lean away from placing this.
Same here. All for the same reasons.
Yeah, I almost want to take some of these pictures and move them around. Yeah, it's tricky. I like the light on the man, the vertical, and then the woman in the window. I feel like those could have played off each other nicely. I don't know, I have more re-edited here, so that's not part of it, but there are some nice images here. It's almost like it's a little bit, not sterile, but there's something more I want to know.
There's nothing evocative about, there's no, we're talking about something that people have a connection, have a connection to this place, their homeland, their, the loss of something, and I just this could be, aside from the photo of the woman with the flag, I don't think I would know that this has anything to do with Ukraine, or really that there's an emotional element to it, or something that's being stolen or taken, or however you want to interpret it. I don't get that in any of those pictures. And I mean, we're talking about the editing here, so
Yeah.
I think part of editing too is how do you whether you commission someone or you're editing with someone from the beginning, what's the visual story? You know, even if it's portraits, what's the visual story? Like Sylvia was saying, there's no thread. You know, do you lean on a certain style of portrait? You know, that's engaging, and what are those portraits going to tell us?
This is tricky too for a general news category. It's sort of like putting a portrait project into general news.
Yeah, that's fair, and I think at this point in the process, like, it's probably not worth, like, thinking about, like, reassigning these projects, because they are, you know,
No.
technically in,
Mhm.
in these categories.
Yeah, I think this is out for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is
Yeah,
anyone
same.
advocating?
Yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like we've got a 1 and a 2 for this category. Thank you, guys. Okay. Sweet. Yeah, good work, good work.
I do have a technical question that I would like to go ask.
Yeah, of course. Go ahead. Take a little break.
the description of this is coverage of a non-news event that captures daily life or stories that bring dignity to the human spirit. Include sports here, single or multiple pages.
And do we want to just go through each?
Yeah,
Go
like
through.
a pause on each spread, I think, and it looks like we've got 11 products for this to talk through. So I would encourage you all to take some notes if you can.
Is the full spread?
He's amazing. Great.
So if you'd like to hear that caption again for the entire, it's for the past 10 years, Lorenzo Tonali has photographed Afghanistan. Now as the Taliban retook control of the country, he recounts what he's seen. It was the first sensation we felt as infants, the soothing caress of others. Now researchers are learning more about how crucial hugs and handshakes are to our health and our humanity. Heat and drought are killing our forests, but we can limit the damage if we change course now.
Are people okay with the pace we're going through?
Yeah.
In the Alps, the economy and culture revolve around snowy winters. Now there's a scramble to preserve snow and ice threatened by warming. In Big Bend National Park's desert borderlands, the frontier legend of West Texas comes to life on a landscape that's full of surprises. Coyotes, bears, raccoons, and other animals are adapting to urban life in savvy ways as their habitats shrink. Documenting the experiences of girls memorizing the Quran, a photographer celebrates their journey and revisits her youth. Flower vendors, livestock, and well-dressed beachgoers crowd Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh's beloved holiday destination. As war threatens millions of Yemenis, historians and archaeologists are struggling to preserve symbols of a prosperous ancient culture. A 2,000-mile journey on what's left of its major highway reveals a battered nation moving in reverse. Five photographers turn the camera on themselves as they experience first-time parenthood while the world shut down.
Alright, so there are 11 projects in this category. So I think some of the other ones we will might be on.
I have a question or whatever, but can we pause?
Yeah, of
Okay.
course. Can we pause the live stream? And I guess just, I don't know if this would be helpful to refresh everyone's memories. I was jotting down some notes. We've got After the Fall, Power of Touch, Saving the Forest, which is the drought one, Saving Winter, which is the Alps one, that Big Bend one.
The first one.
The top.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Thanks. Should we go through each story like this one more time, like a contact sheet?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just contact sheet look.
Is this all one photographer?
Yeah.
This is as well.
Is this, is this many photographers?
Sure, actually.
I believe that it is, there's a collection.
Can you tell us for each story if it's one photographer or more?
Yes. So I'm getting back to there.
So,
This is one.
Oh, do we want to go back to the?
Yeah,
first
sure.
one?
it's a T.
This was all one.
This one's all one.
Yeah.
This one is all one. This is a collection. This is all one. 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 And this is a collection.
Yeah, part of the reason I asked that was just to sort of know what the photo editors, if they were working with one photographer and sort of, or collaborating with many as a team to sort of come up with the, get it?
And how might that inform, you know, how you're looking at things?
Well, you know, it's a picture editing category, so I don't want to get too lost sometimes.
Yes.
You know, so that photo editor had a little bit, I don't wanna say more work, but that's the right way to, maybe a different kind of challenge.
And it looks like the Saving Forests had about 10 different photographers.
Were they assigned or is it stock? Can we tell?
That's a good question. Can we bring up the Saving Forest?
Like one way to be able to tell would be like the credits,
Yeah.
but it could be hard to tell.
I'm trying to see if there's like a year where it says it was taken. This one's 2021. 2021.
And it looks like just photographers'
This one's
names.
2020.
Just photographers' names, so my educated guess would be not stock.
It's hard for me.
They are
It's
from-
hard for me to read, but there is a parentheses after this person's name.
They are from different years. There is one photo from 2015. It looks like most of them are from 2021.
Yeah, sorry, hard to say for sure.
That's
We still wanna see the contact sheet for this one.
Should we go through,
Do you want to do ins and outs?
ins and outs,
Yeah.
the
Great.
contact sheets?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, do we need 3 people to say to move on?
I'm kind of of the mind where one or more people feel strongly to keep it in, we should have it in discussion.
Let it move.
Yeah, but maybe we see where we end
Yeah.
up with.
Okay.
Yes.
In.
Yeah. I think this is in for now. But I think we have some good discussion around it. It feels like.
You guys feel okay with that?
In.
Is it in?
Yeah.
In.
Out.
This is out for me too.
Yeah.
Out.
Okay.
Out.
Out.
In.
Yeah.
Or did I hear it?
That's in.
Yeah.
You only lost 1, 2.
Do you mind if we just pause real quick for earlier discussion?
discussion about recusing Judge.
Nine.
Nine. All right. Why don't we go through these contact sheets together? And since we already did a round of ins and outs, start to talk through kind of what's standing out to you. Each of these, see if we can narrow down a bit more.
There's 2 feature stories from Afghanistan. I'm curious to learn what everybody's thinking about, how thinking about those 2 stories. And within mind, we've chosen this cover for best magazine cover, right? Like one of the,
Mm-hmm.
So it was this one, and then the Lost Road one as well,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
Is there like a difference in terms of like the story itself? Curious if there's caption information that goes into it.
Yes, so this one is a 2,000-mile journey of what's left of its major highway reveals a battered nation moving in reverse. And that first one was for the past 10 years, Lorenzo Tognoli has photographed Afghanistan. Now as the Taliban retook control of the country, he recounts what he's seen.
Thank you.
This is so great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, back.
That's in one of my top 5.
Yeah.
Power of touch.
This is so good. And like during this, COVID era, it's not only is this a compelling story to tell, but it's told with such like photographic diversity, but at the same time it's all coming together in the edit and the photographer's viewpoint, and there's so many aspects that are fascinating to look through.
If there were any others that kind of evoked that sort of response, please speak up and I'll make some notes of that. This was the one that was pulled up for discussion, right?
Yeah, I was interested to hear, I'm interested in hearing what people think about the different, there's a few different drone, or situations where you see drone photography.
Mm-hmm.
Is it diverse enough in the presentation or the edit? Do you see any repetitiveness, or does that bother you? Or
Times it gets a little repetitive, like the overhead after overhead after overhead establishing shots, but then the bottom row of things get really interesting.
Mhm. Yeah, I brought that up because I think it works because of the kind of diversity of places and seasons and
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
color,
Yeah.
texture.
All right, you guys want to keep this in the discussion? Why don't we go through the other contact sheets too?
Can we on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th spread, can I get caption info for that photo?
Mm-hmm.
Is like the veil?
It's sun-blocking plastic fabric drapes the tip of the Rhone Glacier in Switzerland. A cave dug each summer in the shifting ice has attracted tourists since 1870. For now, the year-round 12-acre cover preserves enough ice to house the cave.
Thank you.
Any thoughts on this before moving on to the next?
I'm curious, like, what that last photo is doing there. I'm curious about the raccoons too, but like, was this part of a spread?
Right, I feel, yeah, is that a page?
Interesting. Well, let's look at the contact sheet maybe.
Yeah, I thought we ended with the fox and with the cityscape and then surprised by the last
Mhm.
image.
Yeah, so it feels like that was,
Well, I think, oops, I hope I didn't press anything. I think we should treat it as if they intended it to be the last slide and things for you guys to look at. We heard a lot of giggling during this.
it has great humor.
I love this one.
Yeah.
It's great.
I mean, the 4-panel page.
Yeah.
I like the bold,
Also.
spread, you know, the giant pictures. I love it.
I can't imagine the logistical
Yeah.
nightmare
Yeah.
behind this project.
It's like wildlife cameras and remotes
Oh
involved
my
here.
goodness.
Very cool.
Yeah, the photo editor likely had to be very involved.
Can we hear the caption on the family portrait with the dogs?
Oh,
Yes. Relaxing in their bear den, Janice and Janny Husbo have developed strong attachments to the black bears that frequent their property near Asheville. A fenced yard is the dog's domain and helps keep the peace.
Their bear den. That's great.
Yeah. I love that the like very unsexy topic of logistics has already come up too. I'm thinking about photo editing. Okay, yeah, shall we go through the rest?
Can we go through this one real quick? And then can we read the description again?
As war threatens millions of Yemenis, historians and archaeologists are struggling to preserve symbols of a prosperous ancient culture.
Thanks.
and go through this. That's okay.
Can we look at the captions on the second spread on the second row? Thanks.
So that top is girls crowd into a community school supported by a foreign charity in Wardock, Providence. Such schools were established in rural and Taliban-held areas before the hardline Islamic group regained power in 2021. They were often the only education option. Diminished access to international aid and a ban on secondary education for girls have put the school's future in jeopardy. And then the bottom is physician Roshanak Wardock, 64, visits maternity ward patients in a hospital in Syedabad district, Wardock, Providence. During the 1990s Afghan Civil War, she treated fellow refugees in Pakistan before returning home to address staggering rates of infant and maternal mortality.
Thanks.
How do folks feel about another round of ins and outs once you've seen these? Or would it be more helpful to launch into some discussion?
Go for another round.
Shall we try it?
I guess still there.
In. In.
This is out for me.
Same.
Yeah, out.
Okay.
This is also out for me.
I prefer this one to the one afterward.
The Big Ben one?
Yeah.
Can you say a little bit more about that?
Just like photographically, the two are kind of similar, but then this one is more compelling, I guess. Like, even the establishing shots, the action shots, the portraits, they're all stronger in this one than the next. So,
I'm alright with dropping both of them.
I'm also out on both. Sorry.
Fair enough.
Sorry, just getting out on both.
This one and the Big Ben one, I think we should drop. They're,
Yeah.
in comparison to the rest of the photo, like the rest of
Agreed.
the edits, like they're the least compelling to me.
Okay. So
I
we're-
do agree with you though, Sylvia. I liked this one better than Big Ben.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
both of you are right. We can get by.
Okay, so this one will be an out, as will this next, let's see, Big Ben one. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
In,
And
This is it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel super strongly about this one. Any of you?
I wrote too loose, I think, next to it, just, but it's got a lot of nice,
I really like this one.
it's got a lot going for it, so. It's a lot of
keep it in
pictures.
for now and see where we end up.
Sure. Yeah, let's
What
talk
is,
that
can we,
through.
1, 2, the 7th spread with a lot of text? What does that picture caption say?
A sandstorm shrouds the pillars of Moab's barren temple where Sabaean priests and priestesses once clouded the air with incense. The trade in precious wood and fragrant resins fueled the ancient economy that built these monuments, which are slowly being engulfed by sand that archaeologists say will help protect them from looters.
Thank you.
And then we'll keep this in
That's
for
it, that's
discussion.
it for now.
Yeah, and then we'll ask two.
I really like the edit here.
Yeah.
It's a good edit. I don't know about the ender, but overall, like the first 2 rows are really, you don't get bored at any point.
Okay, keep that in for
That's it.
discussion.
Do we have honorable mentions in this category?
We only have one honorable mention to give for any
Oh,
category.
I
So you
see.
guys will be narrowing down to 4.
Okay. This feels like an honorable mention to me, but
Sorry to clarify, we have one honorable mention to give per category,
Yes.
That's correct.
not per contest.
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
There has occasionally been the question of whether you can give multiple honorable mentions, and my understanding is where we landed is just one. So you were saying this feels like an honorable mention?
To me, like it doesn't quite rise as the others do, but I think it's a really interesting, it's a very, I feel like we've all been talking about how many people have become mothers throughout the pandemic and how isolating that experience is, and to tell that story through the eyes of 5 photographers who've gone through that themselves. I appreciate the idea behind it, and execution-wise too, it's tricky to align everybody in some kind of a mood board, and I see considerable effort made to reach some kind of a thread throughout. It's like shadow qualities and reflections and things like that. I'd love to hear what everybody else thinks.
Could we maybe see or I don't have to move on from this, but I was thinking we could look at the contact sheet now that we've narrowed down to 2, 4, 6.
I may have
Did I get that wrong?
missed, did I miss one? I know we took out the Big Ben.
The last one.
Oh, yeah, the Big Ben one is right above where your cursor is, right? Alps and Big Ben, we just dropped that one, and then the one right below.
Those were the only,
Yeah.
Oh, for now, oh.
Yeah, so we'll take off 1 star from the Big Ben.
Yeah, the 5th one from the top.
I think, did I not do that?
No, that one.
This one also. Okay, so we're,
You got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Emily, so this is where
Mm-hmm.
I think I want to kind of just back away
Sure.
because I do supervise the person on the last photo,
Okay.
or the photo editor on the last one.
On the
So I wanna-
last story.
On the last story.
Yeah. Do you
Yeah.
guys feel comfortable moving forward, the 3 of you judges, making the final decisions? Great. Okay, get out of here, Robert. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Say it. Guess we can do this a couple ways. We could start to narrow in on the 4 that you guys want to place. We can also start talking through each of them individually, or start at the top.
I feel like we've gone through them quite a bit, maybe we could
We have After the Fall, Power of Touch, Wild Cities, Saving Yemen's History, Afghanistan's Lost Road, and COVID Motherhood. Seemed to me like a couple of the talkers were Power of Touch and Wild Cities.
I think those are at least in my top 3 for sure. And then I debate Yemen and Afghanistan road as a third. And would be okay dropping the first and the last one.
Yeah, for me, first is Power of Touch. And then I'm torn between Where the Wild Things Are and Afghanistan Roads. Both are really strong. I mean, they're all very strong.
Yeah, I also would like to nominate Power of Touch as our first place.
Do you have feelings about the second and third?
I'm between Cities Gone Wild, or Going Wild, and Lost Road.
Sounded like 2 that were proposed to fall off the placements were the first.
Right now, for me, it would be it's a beautiful edit. This is another one though that I'm wondering about the category as feature compared to a lot of these other stories, but I suppose that's the right
Versus
category.
news.
Yeah, it feels a little newsy, but still a beautiful edit. Touch. City's Gone Wild. Unless
third and fifth spreads here.
Mhm. Ida Ahmed Mohammed behind the desk, the director of the National Museum of Aden, meets with her staff in an empty exhibition hall. More than 2,000 of the museum's most valuable artifacts are stored in a bank vault in the port city of Aden. Members of a wedding party made up of local tribesmen visit the ruins of the nearly 3,000-year-old Aweb temple, where Sabaeans once worshipped their god of irrigation and agriculture, Almech. The temples of Marib are at risk as Houthis fight to seize the city.
Thank you.
So now we're just trying to rank 1 through 3 in an honorable.
Looking at the Yemen history story again, it is quite interesting, especially reading the kind of context behind the images. I'm still drawn to the other 3 projects for 1, 2, 3, but I think it deserves like recognition as well.
I guess you kind of had a stronger reaction to that one. Can you speak to it a little bit?
To which one? Sorry.
The
To
Yemen.
Yemen. Yeah, I mean, if you flip between this one and the one Balaj shot next, like sequencing is very similar too.
Yes.
Like I feel like I'm on it. I mean, this one is a journey, but I also get a journey with the Yemen one too. I'm flowing through this place, meeting people that live here. I'm seeing the different environments that are at risk in the country. They both are just they both convey exactly, I think, what they're trying to within the photo edit. It's kind of a really difficult time choosing between one of them. I think they're both equally as powerful, but they're also so different from the other 2 edits. Those 2 edits are not journeys through places. They're you know, moments captured throughout. I don't know. I'm struggling between like all 4 of these and like ranking them. Mainly though because of how different those 2 are from the other 2 in subject matter.
Right. And photographic approach.
Can we
Also look at just
I love that the long road starts with a portrait of people
Yeah.
and not the road.
And then it goes into the road.
Yeah.
And I'm like, whoa.
It's well done.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So since my story's not in, the story that I was recusing myself about, I still need to stay out because I jumped out, or can I be a part of this discussion? How does that work?
I actually would feel comfortable with you rejoining.
Yeah,
if everyone
okay.
else
Yeah,
did that,
yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
Since you had, you know,
Yeah.
no hand in any of these.
Right.
you could judge
So,
objectively.
my opinion about the Yemen story is photographer did a really good job, and the editor did a good job of, well, the power of this story is the context. You know, you see activity and life going on, and the places at risk are still major elements, but you know, you're there. You know what I mean? It's not just landscapes or archaeological photography. I think there's a power to that, and the pacing of the photos. I think it's really nice, you know,
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, now that we're talking about the edit and sequence, I guess now I'm thinking more like, can we pull up where the wild things are? It's such a different story.
Mhm.
Oof. This is not a journey at all. This is different.
That's the way they leaned into the, you know, those single images on those spreads. I think that's, I mean, because they're so it's such an entertaining, you know, entertaining piece too,
Mm-hmm.
and newsworthy, and I mean, the patience that and the work that it takes to do that, crazy. But the edit, yeah, the flow of it, I mean, it's like, you just linger on every image. And then, yeah, the packaging of the four, it's kind of fun. The last one's a really cool ender, but you know, because it's funny and and it shows just the level of interaction,
Yeah.
especially raccoons. They probably have conversations with that lady.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
kind of
I
a cool
thought-
ender too.
Yeah, I was curious what people thought about the last one, because I know there was either some polarization or just maybe just confusion. Earlier.
I was just more confused about like how that fit into a page spread versus like why that would be an ender.
Okay.
Because all the other ones are very clearly pages. Like
Yeah.
what was on the rest of that page?
Yeah. Of these four, is there sort of a clear honorable mention or a clear top chart?
So good.
Can we see the touch story again?
How many pages is this?
I think it's 15.
That is insane. Amazing.
Not a lot of text.
It's so good. It's so great that they did that.
I do wonder what the black and white choice was here.
I see it as a unifier.
Mm-hmm.
Because I imagine the
Very
aesthetic
different.
is,
Mhm.
yeah, the
Light
other.
quality.
Mhm.
Yeah. Especially with like the studio shot of the robot hands, just like ties everything.
Really love this series.
This is top for me.
Yeah.
We have 2 votes for this as a top.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree too.
Okay. Nice.
All right, that's it. We're done, right?
Oh, this is tricky now too.
All right. For me, it's between Yemen and the city story.
For second.
Yeah, so, I mean, all 3 of them are really, really nice. Let's see. Can we see contact sheets again of those 3?
like a specific group, but telling a larger story.
We can click through that too. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that as a second. The one thing about that for me is, I mean, I love the journey. I love the pacing. I love the packaging of the 4 pictures.
Mm-hmm.
When I get down to the second row, that second frame or second, spread, I want to see. This is the woman on the bottom. She's a doctor.
Mm-hmm. Or physician.
Yeah.
I want to see something more active and
Yeah.
personal. So it kind of like takes something away from me, but at the same time, I don't think it ruins. I don't think it ruins the story. I just feel like as an editor, I'm either leaving her out or finding something more active. You know, and it doesn't. She doesn't necessarily need to be with interacting with a patient, but maybe that's the feeling. Something that tells me a little bit more about her. There you go.
I agree. Like, I think the intention of this pairing is to show like the importance of girls' education.
Mhm.
Like, you can become a physician later,
Mhm.
kind of insinuate that.
Mhm.
But I 100% agree. I think it would have been nice to see her doing something and
Mhm.
see a little bit more into her life.
Yeah, I think the strength of it is that contrast or evolution, or it is the pairing is telling us something.
What's the caption on the next page?
Burqa-clad women wait outside bombed courtrooms for their cases to be heard in Shirburghan, capital of Jazan province. The Taliban have banned women from many government jobs and ordered them to cover from head to toe in public to avoid provoking men. Even female TV newscasters must now cover their faces.
Can we look at the Yemen story again on Clubhouse, please?
So I have to use that.
It's okay. This is really good too.
I'm trying to remember the last time I saw a Yemen story that wasn't about famine and war per se. Although this is about war or the legacy of it so far. That's the strength of this piece right here. I think is that there's a freshness to it that makes sense as far as the subject matter. It's nicely edited, I think.
Yeah, it's not just starving to death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
second that.
Can we see the last page?
Would you make that caption that?
Oh, yeah.
Taking respite from Yemen's protracted civil war, men and children danced to the beat of drums at the Al Tawil family wedding in the streets of Sana's Old City in July 2021.
I feel like this closer and the Afghan road closer are just confusing me.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not a good choice ever.
Yeah, and not to, nudge us in this direction, but I do think at this point we've got four really, really strong ones that you guys are all excited about, it is worth looking at them, pound by pound, how they stack up to each other, and each of these, millions of choices that photo editors make along the process, and which one's pulling through for you.
I'm not sure I totally understand the sequencing choice in the Wild Cities one.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Let's
talk
go
about
through,
that.
let's go through them big again.
Yeah.
So was that their house?
Yeah, I caught that too. It looked like that was them on their back porch or something. If you go back one, is that them?
Maybe, could we try a caption?
Actually, they're not.
It's not.
Someone else.
They are different names.
They're neighbors.
They're both in Nashville.
Yeah, I think I see what you mean. The edit and sequence could have gone in a different way, maybe.
And could we talk a bit briefly about like sequencing and editing for a subject like this and how different it can be from something that is more of a journey or following a more discrete path? Like what are you potentially looking for here that you don't see?
Can we go back to the contact sheet?
I guess there's a lot of different ways to think about sequencing, but oftentimes it can be like, it can be visually, are they communicating from photo before to the photo next, or it could be like kind of just visual variety, or it could be getting at a cadence of things, like how often these wild animals show up, or there's a lot of different ways you can think about it. And I guess in this current iteration, that's maybe not coming across for such an interesting and fun assignment. Like, I don't know.
I think part of it is where the text blocks, the story, how they're presenting that. I have not read this story. Those two pages probably speak better. Maybe they speak better together because of what's on the page. So I kind of get. I think that's where it becomes a challenge, because you have this rhythm of these big pictures, right? And then you're asking a reader to pause and read, and then there's like more details in these other pictures here. I mean, the details are more I don't know, you have to kind of linger on them a little bit more. It's more like that picture with the bear. I don't know what they're doing with that bear, you know. Probably not that one, but the other one. I love that. This one needs a lot of explaining,
Yeah.
right? So,
Whereas the one after this, it's like so nice.
yeah,
This one could have come second.
yeah,
It would have been amazing. Then it's like immediately, it's bears and humans interacting.
and then the other thing is the portrait. You know, it's kind of a classic, you know, sit-down portrait with all, it's fun, you know, but it's a different picture. So I feel like that picture and the veterinarians or whatever they are like different from everything else, right? So that's what seems to kind of mess up the flow somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like outside, 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 but needs more explanation, and then daytime, and then inside, and then a grid of, you know, it's like if there was some kind of, I don't know, I think 3 double truck, full page, nighttime openers could have been like separated a bit at times, or maybe that's just me.
I think that the daylight one throws me off, like immediately. It's like nighttime, 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 daylight, and then inside. Just like, I'm not sure if like we need to see that those people inside their home. And like I love the bears outside photo. It's like so fun, but as part of the sequence, I don't think it works.
And maybe we need like one more inside photo or one more outside daytime photo to kind of make it more rounded out.
And keep in mind, this is a photo editing category.
Yeah.
We're not the still photo category, so just keep
Right.
that in mind.
Once I get past the logistics of actually making these photos, it's like not super into the sequencing of it.
Maybe this is an honorable mention. Such an interesting story, fascinatingly told. Can't imagine the work that it took to make this happen. But maybe we have certain thoughts on the sequence itself.
Yeah, and an excellent play, you know, so it deserves some mention, yeah.
And you're talking about the kind of like negotiation process with working with the designer, like some of those decisions. That
Oh,
we
right,
made.
yeah.
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 Jasmine, what do you?
I was when we looked at it, you know, as a slideshow the first time, it was, you know, I didn't mind the outside inside, you know, now we're sort of dissecting it. It was like every frame was sort of exciting. I was like, oh, a bear coming out of a basement, and like a group of raccoons, and then it sort of like gets a little bit more, the human element comes in on the fourth part. You know,
Well, is anyone advocating for this beyond an honorable mention?
and
No.
I think it was, just as a note, it was sort of, I also, you know, they could have easily made this like a black and white situation, but I think it's nice that you can really see the color and technique behind these pictures.
Yeah.
Because that's really hard to do in these dark situations too. I mean, that's more of the photographer's kudos, but the editing.
How do you guys feel like this stacks up with the Yemen and Lost Road stories? Those are the two remaining. Wait.
Such a different.
Yeah. Yeah, totally different topics.
Can I just go through all
But-
4 contact sheets?
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's good.
I would do Yemen as 2, and then Afghan as 3. Especially because I agree with you on the portrait in the hospital. That would be the only reason to choose between the 2 of them, and then the wildlife as an honorable mention.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm comfortable with that too.
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay. Great. Did we get that? Yeah, sorry. So it's Power of Touch was 1. Yemen was 2. Afghanistan's Lost Road is 3. Honorable mention, Cities Gone Wild. Feel comfortable with that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
great.
Really nice. What's that?
Nice job.
Like
No, it was just
picture.
like watching the clicking, going like, wait, no. Yeah, no, it's great. Fantastic.
Okay, we're gonna break for lunch.
Yay.
Hooray.
Thank you. Lunch is gonna be about
almost as much of the magazine and newspaper categories to save digital work for tomorrow. And if we can do more, that's great, and if we do less, we can definitely build it into tomorrow. But I'm kind of just trying to plan ahead so that we don't have too long of a day tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So this next category, if you don't mind, Natalie, I mean, it's kind of straightforward, but.
So, magazine picture editing team of the year. Best use of photography from 2 or more editors. There's a maximum of 7 elements.
All right, we've got 2 to discuss.
85
Thank you.
85.
images. 85. Okay, so one of each.
I have to ask a question.
So I noticed the COVID motherhood one was in this portfolio.
Well, all of this is,
Okay.
all of this is Washington Post, so
Yeah.
I've never done this before, so.
Yeah, I think I'm comfortable having you recuse yourself for this and having the 3 judges move forward with these, replacing these, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Is that okay with everyone else too? Great, thanks.
Just 2 entries.
Yeah, just 2.
two portfolios. And was it up to 7 stories per portfolio?
I believe that's what it said, yes.
Wants to share any impression? I know this is tricky because there's just 2. What did you guys like?
Can we look through contact sheets again real quick?
Contact sheets?
Yeah. If you can scroll down briefly here.
Smells so
Thank you.
Does the projector need to come over just a little? I know this one.
Thank you.
Thank you. This photo issue is pretty incredible, like how
Yes.
much they
I
devoted
love
to.
seeing that.
Yeah. Seems like they devoted the whole issue to photography.
Mm-hmm.
And then can we look at the next one as well? Thank you.
It's interesting that they left the matte color on the inner passage, the one color piece. I'm assuming these are actual film. Some need aesthetic either way, but the tin type look. Do they reveal that? I'm just curious. On the inner passage? Does it say anything about, yeah, does it say anything about how the photographer, I can go back and look. It's not obvious.
Seems like maybe not.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
I'll go look and-
Sorry, I was trying to look through all the
Thanks for
captions.
checking.
I'm sorry, can we go back to the other one as well? kind of tricky to judge too, because one has, each story has so many more pages, and the other has shorter.
You're saying like this portfolio has so many more.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to say is I feel like there's a difference in resources as well, like different, I don't know.
Can we
Sure,
pause?
we can talk about that too.
Not the live stream, but the contact sheet. The one that's second from bottom right now, center. Can we click on that one? That, yes. What does the caption say under the large photo?
Um, I've got it pulled up. Sorry, it's like clockwise from top left, so I'm trying to make sure like I'm getting the
Oh.
right one.
Oh gosh.
Can I just read all of them?
Yeah, of
Okay.
course.
Clockwise from top left, workers clear an encampment in New York. A man sleeps on the sidewalk. A person finds a spot to sleep in New York's Chinatown, and James and Nico with their tent. So I guess it would be a man sleeps on the sidewalk.
What about this spread that drew you to want to inspect a little more?
Well, I was curious just how this fit with the rest of with the story, and just wanted to see this big again, and I was just curious what the framing was around the sidewalk, but I guess, it's a homeless piece. I just wasn't sure if there was more context about that person.
Yeah.
Obviously, it feels very familiar of people just walking on by, someone sleep on the sidewalk. I like the juxtaposition with the three on the left and the feet. Somebody else obviously sleeping on the street. This is part of that America story, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I believe so. The photo issue.
Mm-hmm.
There are a few stories in the other submission too that are interesting in the way they're edited. Can we just click the thing? Some interesting repetition and cadence in the first story about the sculptures. Salamander opener was interesting. The Indigo story was kind of specific and nice. The Russia's history is also like there's some unique elements in this portfolio too that are really striking. The figs story is put together so nicely. Just struggling to compare the two.
Yeah.
Kind of different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
and I-
really difficult to compare, even though both the photo editing is
Exactly.
excellent on
Yeah.
both of these portfolios.
really did, you can tell they did a really, really smart job with matching photographer and style with subject matter. And like all of these edits are really concise, like really tight. They only have a couple pages to work with, and they fit in exactly what they need to. In comparison to the Post, where that Americana essay kind of loses me because there's so much, and if it had been cut down, I'd be a bigger fan of it. I think because all the other essays in the Post portfolio are really strong, and then the Americana essay just loses me because it's so big. And I think they could have tightened it up, and it would have been way stronger.
I think it's a good point.
Yeah, there were points throughout the Americana essay too that they lost momentum a bit. But then I came around and thought, oh no, maybe the Post photo editors approached it kind of like a photo book, which leaves room for certain images that are transitional images that are quieter, and so. Maybe tighter could have helped.
Well, I don't want to like lean into the negative, but since you guys have talked about some like merits of both portfolios, like what are starting to get into some of the nitpicks of the photo editing choices themselves with each of these, and see if you guys can kind of weigh those against each other. And I know Sylvia mentioned the food one feeling a little out of place.
Compared to the other stories that are so much more interesting in here, I just felt like, why, that didn't, I don't know, maybe felt a little less necessary, but understand.
Interesting that there is no sports. I just was. Unless magazine, so.
And on the flip side, we can also obviously call out excellent editing choices and kind of weigh that against each other too.
Can I go to the next one?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, there's a little bit more of a unique perspective, like. leaning towards something.
Yeah, this would be my first pick, based on intentionality and the ability to be concise with each of the edits.
I agree with
It's just hard.
intentionality here.
They're both so good. I can look at
Yeah.
even looking through the Washington Post one just a second ago, like maybe this one.
Right, yeah. I mean, if we're talking about intentionality, this entry is edited tight.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, there's nothing on this entry that I would say, well, if it would be a little stronger if you took out this story.
Yeah, there's a limit on number of stories to include, but there isn't, I believe, a tight limit on number of pages to include. That's an interesting way to look at what they choose to include for the submission as well.
Yeah, like the post submission's a little more like kitchen sink versus this one that's very intentional. But
Yeah, this feels a lot more deliberate and intentional, and like there's some, kind of like something that you're working within, whereas the other Washington Post submission feels like they're casting a wide net, a little bit more experimental at times, which I also appreciate, and kind of leaves room for like more poetic, like longer form storytelling. Definitely deserves recognition too, but I see everybody's points and
And I did confirm earlier there aren't any ties that we can offer
Yeah.
either. But it does sound like you all are interested in awarding both of these, just in what
Yeah.
order?
so. Is there anything more that we should look at that we're not looking at when we're judging them against each other? Because skew toward just the nature of the story subjects.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Versus strictly the photo editing and the way that this portfolio is presented. I do like the order that they decided.
You're talking about like the sequencing within the portfolio itself?
Yeah, I don't know how much that should come into account.
Yeah.
There's definitely 2 or more photo editors though included on this. Okay,
For
it's
each
not
one.
one, okay.
Yeah. 2 or more, and the next category will be individualized.
You lean one way or the other.
Yeah.
Just to mix things up a bit, would you guys like to return to this one later and sit with it a little bit?
Let's get it done.
Yeah, let me get down a little further. Stop. So the Ukraine story with the boy's face and the mother, well, presumably the mother, is that just that one picture from that package? Or 2, I guess 2, because then there's a second photo with the vertical with the Ukrainian flag that goes with that.
It looks like the cover is TOC.
They're from the same date.
I see.
TOC on the page.
Interesting they didn't include more from that story.
Where is this the?
Because that's a news story,
Oh.
right? Or is that's the same
I
issue?
think that's part of this,
Like a package.
part of the issue, yeah.
Yeah. The
Okay.
cover.
They do a history and then current.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, interesting. I didn't realize that.
The cover was like a recent commission.
Oh, okay, so the cover, and then they did the retrospective as part of that issue.
And then there's also the next story is the same issue.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, so the black and white photo coming next is the same issue and also, so the cover goes with that.
I see.
Great, thank you.
Thanks for clearing that up.
So in that issue, there's 3 feature stories on Ukraine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it sounds like to me.
Mm.
Yeah, like I'm more used to like the other entry where there was like, 8 pages for a story or 10 pages for a story, and so this is just like, wow, like I can't even, it's just amazing what they're able to do. So I'm now catching myself and wondering if I'm just like caught up in that. Like this is just the display that they can devote so many pages is amazing, and whereas if we're thinking more about the intentionality of it, yeah, like the other ones are, the other submission is much tighter and much more like each image is carrying, deliberate energy.
to dig into that a little bit in terms of, you know, page devotion and intentionality, and like how do you guys weigh those different elements of photo editing? Because it does encompass a lot of skills and choices.
I mean, there's a lot of communication that has to happen, you know, like advocacy as well. This photo deserves, you know, this much space, this deserves to be seen as a grid, you know, like that is actually a lot of work as well. But then like is more pages always necessarily better? That's hard to say. I guess we're weighing that at the moment. I'm happy to give this first if you guys want. I'm happy to give it first if people are feeling closer to it.
Can we pause for a second?
Sure. All right, so why don't we go back through and do rankings? Is that okay? Or was there anything else that you guys
I
wanted to
think both
discuss?
teams are incredible, very strong photo editing teams. I mean, I'm sort of come from the old school photojournalism newspaper background, so as in, you know,
think that was the Smithsonian.
Yes.
Oh, I was interested to know the Smithsonian.
Okay, thank you. I know that was a difficult one for her too. Yeah. All right, more magazine portfolios, this time single editor, right?
Best use of photography from a single editor, and again, there's a maximum of 7 elements.
Thank you.
Do
Yeah.
you wanna see the contact sheet first, or do you wanna just go through the scroll?
Why don't we do a scroll through for the first round again? We don't have to spend too much. Thank you. That was the first portfolio. Second. Sorry, portfolio?
Yes, this is a new entry. This is a new portfolio.
Great, the fourth and final entry. Thanks.
That's the end.
Thank you. What do you guys think of seeing some of the ones you've already seen before?
I should say this. I work with the Washington Post, of course. I know the editor, but I don't work on the stories. So I feel pretty comfortable. Just want to be transparent.
Yeah.
I'm pretty comfortable about sticking in this one.
So do I, yeah, thanks
Yeah.
for clarifying that.
Can we see them as contact sheets?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That story is so cool. That living longer story and like the design elements that kind of get at the longevity. It's really nice.
Photography is amazing.
Yeah. And the submission is really amazing. The one before too. I mean, they're all really great.
The variety and story type in that portfolio is incredible.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
to be able to work on that many different types of stories and locations.
And, yeah, that caliber.
And a lot of these stories require research, and yeah, it's really strong.
Yeah.
I think this is my top one.
Me too.
Washington Post.
Same here.
Okay.
So I guess it was different editors.
Yeah.
Because their
Yeah.
editors, which is strange because their edits are so like similar
Mm.
sequencing.
Maybe it could have been the same designer though.
Yeah.
Can
Wait, it was
we,
the Yemen and the, which was the other story?
Yeah, Afghan Road.
The road one.
can we
Unless
look
they
at-
just left it out of their portfolio for some reason.
Oh, I see.
Because it's not in another.
Yeah, can we look at that last portfolio again, but look at the Fire Island story?
That's a crazy image.
Can you go back to the one right before this?
Can we click through the last story in this portfolio? Thank you.
Oh, these are all different places, I guess. Oh no, they're all in Austria. Can you look at the contact sheet for the first entry? Thank you.
That Haiti story.
I like that story too. There's also like a good mix of genres in this portfolio too.
Can we look at the contact sheets for the next story? I think the variety in this story is pretty nice. You know, going from that, well, I just love the mix, you know, the very human stories, you know, from the touch to what was the last one? What was the theme of the last one? Living longer.
Longevity.
And then the environmental, those of the forest.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a great mix.
And the microscope photos too.
Yeah. You know, I think the editing, I know that did this one fall out of our first?
The tree one did.
Yeah.
Because of the category, what it was stacked up against, but I think
But
showing the
touch-
body of work.
Touch
Yeah.
one, right?
Yeah, that's showing the
And that's
body,
in here.
the body of work, you know, total is, it really says a lot about the photo editor's intention that we were talking about, a little bit earlier. And, you know, I forgot what was you, Sylvia, talking about research and all the things that go into doing this, being a photo editor of all categories, like whether you're signing or you're doing it all. You know, the work that it takes is incredible, and I think it's unsung. But when you come up with a body of work like this, I think it speaks really loudly.
How many years was this?
Yeah.
A lot of tremendous work.
So I'm hearing a bit of a consensus around this one in particular on the top, and Cengiz said that right earlier.
Yeah, I feel similarly. For me, this one is top, and then the first submission might be second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a different order or preference? For the first or the second? Okay.
Good.
All right. We've got first going to that second one, the Nat Geo one, and a first going to the WAPO, or sorry, second going to the WAPO. And then we've got the two remaining portfolios.
Can you look at the contact sheets on those two?
Are we choosing a third place?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you guys have an options to place third and honorable mention.
Fun stories to work on.
I'm leaning toward the one with Yemen for number 3.
Can we call that one back up just to look at it? Maybe as we're discussing.
This is just the Yemen and the Fire Island in here, but
Can you look at the other one more time?
Can you go through this portfolio again?
The end of this portfolio.
I feel like this portfolio, the photo editor is showing us more photo editing, with the packaging of photography, that second spread, the pairing, I think is a nice pairing. You can click on that.
that's great.
It puts you down on the water and gives you that aerial view, and you feel the energy in both of those images there. I think with the other story, with Fire Island, I almost want to see something more. Yeah, maybe it's that. Let's look through that real quick. Yeah, we can back up. Just keep going backwards. Okay. And I think what I want to see is well, what's missing for me is that urgency. Like, this is like on fire. You know, this place is burning up, lava. Whatever, you know. I don't get the proximity until it's like after the fact. And I know that you have to be, although, you know, the aerial is pretty sweet, you know. But you know, we have these kind of passive images right here. And I feel like that would punctuate it for me, is to see, like, I guess that bottom photo is the person. What's the person doing?
Watering planting.
Watering plant. Like, you know, what do people do to mitigate the, you know, this situation, or, you know what I mean? I don't know. Is the photo with the person in the fire suit? Is that, what is that? Let's look. Maybe we can read the caption on that.
Yeah.
Emergency response.
Can we get a caption on this one?
Part of an emergency response with the Spanish military, Armando Salazar wears a protective suit as he walks across the still, scorching hot rocks to help scientists collect lava samples. Teams also monitored gases, recorded earthquakes, and more to better understand the eruption and the potential for more blasts along the Cumbre Vieja Rift.
Okay. I think the other story is a third for me, and then this is a honorable mention.
I agree with that.
Yeah, me too. And the fourth submission, I guess we already recognized the Yemen story, right? And without that, then the portfolio is just a Fire Island story. And I agree with Robert. I think there needs to be more of a sense of immediacy and get closer to it. Right now, it's just like very far away, and then quiet images after the fact. So I agree. I think the third submission should be third.
How do you feel about that? Because I know you.
I'm good with that. I would have liked to seen a third story in the last submission, although I do think that it's strong.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna do third for. Sorry, that third. Nat Geo one, right? An honorable mention for. Great. Thank you.
The description for this one is just the front page of a newspaper.
Yep. Wow. Everyone understand the assignment? Great, thank you. That was all 9. We can go through any of these a little more in depth, or I don't know if we can zoom into what's wanted.
I don't see anything. Well, I guess,
Wasn't there another one where the background is black?
Like another view?
Yeah.
oh, yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Mm.
That's helpful, because
Okay, yeah, let's maybe go through these again with the black background. Want to do a round of ins and outs?
I think that's it.
Can we get caption info on the top photo?
Jordan Himes gets a hug from her grandmother, Nancy Griggan, as her grandfather, Guy, Wright, looks towards the burned Coal Creek Ranch subdivision in the aftermath of the Marshall Fire on Friday in Louisville. Himes and her family lost their home of a decade.
Thank you.
Is there a byline on that?
Helen H. Richardson.
I like the play, but something's missing out of that top. The main photo. And I think it, maybe the angle, I want to see and feel more of the emotion that's there.
Genghis, I'm just curious on the byline question. Are you mostly asking just because you're curious, or like to look at staff versus
Yeah,
wires?
I was
or
wondering if
et cetera?
this was, yeah, staff versus wire.
Okay, yeah.
I guess I slightly lean toward leaving this out in favor of the other Denver Post A1. Afterwards.
Do you want to look at that real quick? Yeah. What strikes you differently about this one?
I think the emotional impact, I think that we were maybe slightly more farther away from in the other one. Here we're right there. So and I do wish there was a little bit more, I guess, informational context.
I'm gonna say in for this one for now.
And did we have a feeling either way for the previous one in or out?
How do you think?
I think it's out for me, but willing to hear anyone else's.
It's a beautiful.
I mean, both the lead images for these leave me wondering where I am. And they're both taken at a distance from the people. I realize the second one puts me closer, but it's still taken with a longer lens. And if it was made with a wider one, I'd maybe have some more context about like what city this is happening in, the other people around. And this one just is out for me on not really liking telephoto lenses used on people grieving.
You comfortable with this one out? Moving on to the next.
Can you put the black background on that again?
I was trying to make it bigger just with the browser and it can't do it, yeah.
I would keep it in for now.
She's nodding.
I think the Biden pictures sucking the energy out of the package.
I'm like picturing it too when it's folded, you don't see him yet, then you unfold him. Like he is still technically kind of down page, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point.
But I agree, it's sort of like, he kind of pulls me out of it slightly. I wish he was at the bottom.
I think if we're editing the front page, or we're judging the front page as an editor, you want to think about how each visual on the page is competing, or helping or hurting it, or hurting the storytelling. So I get that's a big day because the president is giving a speech in the joint session, and they have to represent it because it's kind of what we do. But there is some competition there that, I mean, already you have to read each caption. And this is the early days of the war, right? Yeah. I'm wondering, like, what's going on in that? I know they're like rescue people, but what's that caption say?
The top one?
Third one
The
down.
bottom one.
The bottom. Emergency workers carrying a body in Kharkiv on Tuesday, an apparent rocket attack struck the city's main square.
I like what they're trying to do to be inclusive of the different storylines of that in that moment, you know.
What's the center caption?
A refugee camp in Polonca, Moldova, near the border. Quote, we don't know where we're going, one woman said.
And how do you guys feel about the sequencing decision and the placement decision for this set of images?
Yeah. I think that the thing is, well, one of the things for me is that they're being played at the same size, but they do feel different in that, the family, the photo is more closer, tighter, and, feel the humanity there. That bottom photo, though, has the most energy and urgency. So I wonder how it would have felt the other way around, or in a different order. But I mean, I think it's doing the job of what they are intending to do, which is to show different storylines within this moment here, or that day, that slice of the war. But I think the joint session photo is taking the energy out of it, regardless of what the order may be. And I think that's part of the photo editing. Or we're judging we're judging the front page,
Yeah.
and that's a ding against it.
Yeah.
But I don't think I'm ready to take it out yet. But I think that's something to consider. That's one of the challenges that it has. That competition there. But I like what the pictures are, what the intention is there. See where it ends up.
I like the sequence as well.
Yeah. Okay, we can keep it in for discussion.
I think this is it.
And
Mhm.
Yep, okay.
what's the caption on this one?
On the top photo,
Yes.
Sharon Reed held her son, Coda, during the funeral for her grandmother, Celestine Cheney.
Is this about the cops shooting?
It's the Buffalo Massacre.
Oh,
I like the moment. I like the fact that it's a vertical, you know, playing that vertical space, because that's hard to do these days. The crop, though, is pretty tight. I mean, you know, I want to feel maybe the, you know, I don't know, more the environment, more of the community around her, the congregation. Or,
Yeah.
but I do like the intention there again about, you know, what they're trying to say. You know, with the crop, with the play.
Is this also the grieving with the telephoto lens situation?
Yeah, this feels a little bit more sensitive. But to your crop point, like I wish there was a little bit more of the child's face, so I could see that moment too. So I'm drawn to like the fingernails versus this really, really sad moment. Just wish it was pulled back a slight bit.
Yeah, same.
But it's a good use of a vertical crop.
Yeah, I like the design.
I don't, reminder we're just doing a round of ins and outs too, so you guys wanna keep this in discussion?
Okay. Yeah, let's keep it.
Okay.
And
This is in.
Yeah.
This one.
This is in for me.
What's the caption on the middle photo?
The middle.
Yep.
It just says Michael Heiser unveils a 1.5-mile sculpture in a Nevada Valley, Arts and Leisure, page 10.
All right.
So it's like a reader thing.
We're evaluating the entire front page, right?
Yes.
Has anyone worked on front page layout?
Yeah.
yes.
What do you guys? How do you normally approach it?
I mean, it's driven often by the news of the day, so you're kind of positioning yourself to look at different iterations of it. And then, I'm not sure what I'm seeing on that other photo, in that other photo, in that
One
other
on the right.
photo.
Yeah, that one's also a bit of a head scratcher to me.
And so it brings in another piece of competition, visual competition for
Do you-
me. I mean, I think it's a cleaner page without it. Because you have the American flag, and I don't know what else is going on there, but my eye is like coming down to the bottom of the page. It's the elements on the bottom of the page are weighing my eye down instead of lingering on this interesting photo that speaks to people trying to go about their existence despite what's going on.
Yeah, I really love that main image. It's a very resilient, hopeful image. It's stuck with me throughout the past year. I agree with you all. I think the shape, like just the shape and the contrast of the second image, your eyes can't help but go there first and wish that was adjusted or accounted for.
But if you fold the paper,
If you fold, I wasn't gonna say it again, but I was thinking it.
Yeah, well, Jasmine, you also worked on A1.
Every day. Yeah, I
Can you
mean,
talk
and
a
it
little
is,
bit about-
you know, exactly what Robert was saying is, you know, it's a lot of times, it's weighed on the best story, the news of the day, the best, you know, if, I try to advocate for the best photo, especially from our staff, from whatever the news cycle is. And then there is a thought about balance for the rest of the page, what's competing, what's helping or hindering, you know, and sort of how your eye moves around the page. And that's, you know, obviously the combination of both the visuals and the type. And
Yeah, can you guys talk a little bit about like the other photo choices? Because some of these front pages we've seen have had all different configurations, right? Like particularly between the Denver Post ones and the New York Times ones. What are discussions like that around, you know, whether to include a photo or how to?
I think it's philosophical, you know, nuances between, you know, I mean, different publications have different, you know, put weight on different aspects. I don't know what the Times is, you know, I don't know what their process is. But I imagine that, you know, they're trying to provide entry points to the inside of the paper so that their readers will engage in the, you know, the whole paper if possible, you know. And sometimes there are things that are valuable to a certain community, you know. This sculpture seems very interesting, and this is a moment for that to be out there, you know. So, and they probably have different people advocating for different things to be on the page, different editors, you know. If you go back to the Denver Post, you know, going off of, or they're reacting to spot news. It's big news. And so it's dominating their pages. You know what I mean? And I don't know what their philosophies are, but clearly they want the front page to be bold and arresting. I think everybody wants that, but sometimes you can't have it.
All right, well, why don't we wrap up the round of ins and outs and then look at what we have. Is this one? Thoughts on this one?
I think it's still happening.
Okay. Any discussion?
I don't think that's really
Is that?
Do we cut it?
I think we got it. I think we got a couple.
Okay, so we have.
Go on.
Just on it.
Eliminated one.
Okay.
you can see on the one we eliminated, it's just really one story on that whole page.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Yeah, you can really see the difference in photo play that Robert was referring to.
For the first one, can you read the bylines on that?
The bylines or the captions?
Both would be great.
Okay. I actually cannot see the bylines.
I think one's a freelancer.
I'm trying to
one's
zoom. Okay. Outside the Supreme Court on Friday, the ripple was felt across the country with state bans taking effect. It's the top one. And I honestly cannot read the name, I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries.
And the second one is the pain was severe for so much of the country. President Biden called it the realization of extreme ideology. And it looks like that's Doug Mills.
Yeah. That's, Doug Mills on the bottom and Sharon Wall on the top. Remember that
Sharon's
page?
a freelancer?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The top photo is pro-life and the bottom photo is pro-choice.
Right.
Yeah.
I see.
A lot of pages, I saw a lot of pages like this. When this ruling came down, and it was tricky to photo edit that day.
Yeah, I remember that.
It was a hard day.
Yeah, how does this stack up to some of the other coverage you guys saw that day or that period?
Use the word stack, and these are literally stacked images of both sort of sides. And that was the tricky part, was wanting to show both sides of the ruling
Yeah.
in two images. And then when you're talking about the page, you don't want to play one side larger than the other side.
And it looks like they're distinctly both sides. It's not conflict I don't think. Like sometimes you see opposing sides. So it's like a reaction from each side. I think there's something nice about the split screen kind of feel to it. From an emotional standpoint, you have this uplifting excitement or whatever, and then people feeling down about the decision.
And what do you guys, since we had such discussion about kind of like competing elements, and I noticed that this just has the two visual elements, how do you feel about that?
My first instinct, without knowing the context of captions, and I thought two images kind of competed with each other a little bit. I didn't know if I was supposed to look at the top image or the bottom image first. But then realizing now that they're representing different stances in this debate, and the kind of compositional similarity is maybe intentional, I think it works.
Yeah, I think visually, the packaging's communicating one thing, just both sides. How many stories do they have? Is it 3 stories related to, yeah.
It looks like
I think it might
the
even be
headline's on the
5.
bottom.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
They're all
okay.
about it.
So that's what the page,
The whole page.
The whole page. Oh, yeah, of course, now, yeah, I see it. The headline, it's a historic, I think that's the front page.
Yeah.
This is in the top mix. Would it help to look at the contact sheet and maybe figure out which of these isn't rising to the top for you guys? Why don't we try that?
Yeah. I think the fourth one is out.
Yeah.
of 3.
Yeah.
As much as I'm envious that they can fit that many large photos on a front page, yeah, it's a little weaker than some of these other ones.
Anyone advocating to keep that in the discussion for top 4? No. Okay.
Can we look at the third one close again?
Can you read the caption on the top and the center image?
A mass grave about a dozen yards long and 2 yards wide in Bucha, Ukraine. A pile of dirt lay nearby to cover more bodies. And then the middle one is Antonia Pomeso with the body of her daughter, Tanyania, who she said was killed in February.
Okay, it's still in for me.
Yeah.
The last one's out for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like the sculpture just competes too much with the display.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The same for the Denver Post one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Ukraine.
I think also that the mass shooting one is probably out for me.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The fourth
The
one.
vertical.
Yeah.
Yeah. the
Sorry, I
vertical.
missed what you said about that.
That's out for me.
That's out for you.
Same here.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay. Okay, so that leaves us with our 4 to rank.
Can we look at the fourth one? Bigger.
Sanitarium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
The middle photo is also from Ukraine?
I think it's the same one.
Is it?
They're like the same scene.
yeah, it's definitely the same story.
Got it.
You guys want to caption it?
Yeah, it says above Ukrainian soldiers rushed to aid a family hit by a Russian mortar fire on Sunday in the village of Irpin, but there was little to be done. And below, a Ukrainian soldier ran to check on the family.
Can you flip to the other Ukraine one? Like the one with that Hicks shot? The third one, sorry.
What's the photo, the small photo on the right? Read the caption on that one, please.
Russian forces drew closer to Kiev on Friday, hammering the capital with missile strikes and pressing closer to the heart of the government. Looks like it's a map of missile strikes.
Did you?
Oh, I mean,
Was the top right?
above.
Oh,
Above, sorry.
apologies.
No problem.
Refugees after crossing the border into Medzia, Poland.
What do you guys think of the mix of stories and images on this front page?
I mean, usually Biden putting the first Black woman on the Supreme Court would be your display for that day, but because of the Ukraine news, I mean, it has to be on there, and it's, you know, I'm glad it didn't bump it off, because that would have been hard. But I mean, the use of the display photo is, it's really strong. So.
Yeah, I agree. I'm a little torn about the refugee picture because I don't think it's getting the kind of play that it needs to be effective. So I was wondering why I put it out there.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice for a one column to have that picture. I'm sure it's a good photo, probably, but it's hard for me to see from in a one column square like that. Whereas, Justice Jackson, so that's the appropriate size, I think, for a one column picture like that.
Yeah.
But this page is still in.
Yeah, and it's important. It's important to see, this kind of devastation from war. That on the front page.
This is like the first photo we saw of like the killed Russian troop, I believe.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, what's the date on this page?
Saturday, February 26th, 2020.
Wow, so that's the
Yeah.
first day of the war, right? Or 26. Very early.
That's a good point.
can we go back to the contact sheet?
Is there one that you feel like doesn't fit in the top three?
Can we click through it one more time?
I feel like that's number one for me.
Me too.
Same.
Yes.
And do you guys mind just expanding a little bit on why? Stating what might be obvious.
It's a powerful moment. The photos work well together.
Yeah.
Storytelling.
And there's hierarchy too, like a very clear. Go here first.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, these photo editors recognized how big of a moment and photo and how incredibly important I think it was to play this the way it is on this page.
They literally witnessed the moment, and captured it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's profound.
Extremely, and it's bold. I mean, I think in the U.S. sometimes we're a little bit more reserved about showing these things. So I think in a lot of the pages right now that are in our top,
by these things do you mean death?
Death,
Or-
yes, and specifically dead bodies, specifically seeing not just dead bodies, but like in this case, a family and faces. And it's not a telephoto lens.
Yeah, it's that combination of photographer working in a really tough situation to get the image that needs to be seen, and the photo editor getting that where it needs to be and placed right and big enough that people can see it.
Yeah, there's like around the page, there's like a definite deference toward the main image. The other ones don't want to compete with that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we'll designate this first place.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. All right.
For me, the number 2 is the snow photo, the Hicks. For a lot of the reasons that we talked about for the number 1, just the gravity of that day.
Anyone else feel strongly about what comes next? Or maybe even what brings up the rear, too?
Can you click on them again, please? Thank you.
Thanks.
Hmm. Can we see the second one more time? I feel like this one works better as a front page, although that tank, the soldier in a tank is like an amazing picture, especially the way, you know, he's there, Tyler's there showing us this for the first time really in this war. I'm thinking this through and thinking out loud here, so bear with me. But I can't get over that other picture.
Yeah.
I can't get over it. I can't.
The little guy.
Yeah, I just.
The one at the top.
Yeah, the one at the top, where it's just taking energy. Okay, so if we're comparing this to the other two, there's more of a, that page is more unified, or these pages are more unified, right? This one clearly is all about Roe being overturned. And the photos really speak to the emotions and feelings of this moment. And then the one next to it, the next one, is speaking to how, which was this Bucha? The moment, and remember when this was going on, that this was yet another revelation of what's going on in the suburbs, you know, and they're witnessing it again, and they're very bold about, they're intentional about putting it on the front page, and the pairing. It's not just bodies in the, this grave, mass grave. It's the mother down there looking at her daughter, in this city, this little town, where it's not necessarily the front of the war where fighters are fighting each other. It's civilians, So I think that pairing is very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other photo at the top of the page, the small photo to the right, still speaks to that same, moment. It's not a competition visual to you. You get the idea that there's, there's action going on because of this plume of smoke, this explosion or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the other one, I don't know what's going on. And the caption says refugees. It's so small and it competes as opposed to adding. It's not adding to the visual story immediately. The other one does add, but you have to really work to see it.
Mm-hmm.
And this page has images that are small, but you can still read them. And they're easy to read, and all of the images on this page,
Work together.
they work together. They have tonality communication happening.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the other one, I think the photo of the Russian soldier is very strong, but the page itself isn't really communicating with their assets.
I like the whole page except for that little.
Well, it's
The whole page
interesting
is fine.
It's interesting to see like where the two small images are played as well, right?
Right.
They're the same size, but in different locations.
Yeah, there's just too many faces in that one column. But
Does one of these feel
I still, this.
like an honorable mention? Or yeah, Jasmine, go ahead.
I mean, this is the part of the contest where it's difficult, of the judging of the category where it gets very difficult because, it's sort of like letting go of, yes, this page is not perfect. And I think at this level, it almost has to be sort of perfect, right? It has a little bit of that.
Go back to the contact
So
sheet.
you made a lot of good points there about the other page. But is row number 2 or is the Lucha?
Yeah, I think Lucia's number 2 for me.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then row 3.
Row
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
And
Honorable mention for
yeah,
snow tank.
All in agreement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
no, so
No.
we're
Sorry.
reversed on that.
Yeah.
So
So
that
2 is,
Oh,
no.
Row,
So
row is 3.
Oh,
so,
no, oh,
yeah,
sorry.
first one gets 3, next one gets 4, yep.
Yep.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. It's good.
Thank you.
All right.
Great. Alright. Does anyone need a break? If not, I was gonna push forward with the next one to meet
go.
our goal of getting through at least half.
Good.
Okay? To the section front.
Okay.
We're gonna try to get through 5 more today.
Hold on. Actually, I'm just trying to get through 3 more, starting with this one, to get to 9. But ideally, if we can get through the whole newspaper section, that will save us some time tomorrow. But let's see where we are after that. So far, we've done 6. And this is our 7. And this category, if you don't mind.
So it is newspaper section front. The front page of other sections of a newspaper, including features, sports, business, and local news, etc.
Thank you. So everything except label.
was all of them. Any need for any more information on any, or shall we do a round of ins and outs?
What's the LaGuardia JFK?
The fourth one?
Yeah.
Or captioning, or maybe even just a
New York
headline?
airports have long been a mess. That's changing.
Yeah, so the and then the other one at the bottom left is certainly LaGuardia, parts of Newark, and parts of JFK were just disgraces.
So did this
Is that a
like
quote?
take over the whole newspaper spread? Like you
Yeah,
open
it's
it?
like a front and back section.
Yeah, it looks like the front page and back of the section.
Oh. Can we go back to the contact sheet?
What's the second one? Can you read that one?
Not just tricks, the filmmaker William Strobeck has helped shift the skateboarding industry's perception of New York and East Coast skaters with his frenetic videos.
Thanks.
And do you mind reading the next one as well?
On the bottom? Or the...
This one?
Yes.
No, the wall one. Yeah.
Danny Whale built a carnival motor dorm in his backyard, and now he needs someone to take it on.
Wait, sorry, what? He built a carnival in his
Carnival motor dome,
backyard? Oh. Thank you.
which I think looks like bikes. The bottom caption of that photo is Johnny Dare left and Bobby Frankenstein take their chances on the wall of death. This one named the Wild Wheels Thrill Arena at the Washington County Fair in Greenwich, New York in late August.
Do any of these feel like they don't belong?
I think, let's look at number one in the image. Okay. And then the Warriors, the celebration banner, yeah. And then the last, for the last page. So what's happening here?
It says Austin Butler plays Elvis in the latest take on the Presley myth. It's about the Elvis movie that just came out.
Through and give ins and
Yeah, you guys feel ready for a round of ins and outs?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's out.
Same.
Anyone want to keep this in? Okay.
in.
Yeah, yeah. And
In.
Is in.
Yeah.
I like the use of the page.
Mm-hmm.
The dimensions and direction, texture.
Great.
I can let this go.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
What's this about? Is there caption?
Yes. The Australian director Baz Luhrmann with a large photograph of Judy Garland in his home in New York City.
Does it say who the photographer was?
Maureen Dowd.
Or she's the author.
Yeah.
It said, oh, it is. Then no, I do not see where the photographer is.
Caption on here, the photo. I can't read it.
It looks very Christmas.
That's what I read out.
Oh, sorry. Oh, Maureen. Sorry, it's not mentioned
As far as like portraits go, it's so interesting.
It's very cool.
It's dynamic and you want to kind of dance with them. I don't know. I like it.
And keep it in.
I like the creativity here.
I just don't know why balloons need a bra. Sorry. I'm trying to put that aside.
Yeah.
Uh,
Which side does that push you on?
Yeah, it's out for me, but I mean, if somebody wants to argue it, like, I'm open to being persuaded. It's an interesting page, it made me look.
Yes, and like from a newspaper standpoint, like what should an opening front page of a section like do?
Yeah, I think, especially for a styles section, I think it's okay for there to be, some creativity and out-of-the-box thinking. It doesn't have to be straightforward. It can certainly be, I mean, this is clearly an illustrative situation, so it doesn't have to be like, like a news front, because this is a styles feature front. So it is, the contest though does frame any sort of section front against each other, so.
Yep. So we have one in, one out. Anyone want to break a tie?
I think it's out.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. No one loves this one enough to keep it? Okay. We'll drop it.
Given that they have so much space, I'm just wondering what it looks like. With I want more of the energy of the streamers or whatever it's called, and the people in the foreground. I know it would probably be the backs of them, but I think there was opportunity to get more energy out of that, as opposed to this is the community's win too.
So this is a sports front, obviously. So this would have been it has to be a section front.
Commemorative section.
Yeah, this was a special section.
Oh, a special section.
Alternatively, I think this is a good use of the telephoto on our front page.
Yes.
This is out for me in comparison to the other photos we're looking at, or other pages we're looking at.
Oh, for me as well.
consensus out?
This is out for me.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Alright. One of your more successful ins and outs rounds. Good work.
Thanks, we get good at this.
Also, I did look it up. The Boslerman type is Sina Nasseri
Oh.
for the time.
That makes sense.
So commissioned.
I'm sorry.
Sina Nasseri, is
Yeah.
that how you pronounce his name? Okay. But it was not taken by Marine Dowd. That would have been really interesting, actually.
Thinking this whole time, like, oh, she's
I didn't know she was in the
I was like, that same?
Yeah, it could have been a different.
Those two center ones are really drawing me as being like unique layouts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all like, they're all fantastic photos. Like photos aside, like the two center ones are really like thoughtful
Yeah, I agree.
in the layout presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm drawn to the middle too as well. This one immediately, I was like, oh,
Yeah.
so interesting.
Yeah.
Which way are we going? And then the LaGuardia, the airports one, it's just like so interesting the way they laid it out. Portraits are nice too, both of them. The skateboard filmmaker, I guess it's about like the perception of New York, so that portrait works really well. And then the Sina portrait, I mean, it's just it's a good portrait.
Yeah, and I think as far as looking at it as a full page, the last cherry tree doesn't bother me down there. I think they, you know, they got a second story out front.
Yeah. It helps that the arms are going in like opposite directions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My favorite one is the carnival one.
Yeah, that's my favorite too.
So I heard two favorites and one emphatic.
I too think the carnival is tougher.
Yeah.
I think the airport one's really, really smart. They took advantage of that, you know, using all that space. I like the directional elements of it, and you see the dust flying up in the air too. I like that.
So was that Carnival number 1, this number 2?
Yeah.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. How do people? Jengis, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think that works really well.
Okay. You guys have a third and an honorable mention to offer between the skate story and the Boslerman one.
Can we see the first one again? Maybe towards that.
I don't necessarily love the second story on this page. But, I mean, I felt like the other one, it was okay. This one,
What is it?
something about she went on.
She went after Twitter on Twitter.
And
It says,
like, do we need that picture on this page? I don't know.
a software engineer was thrilled to land her dream job, then she tweeted at her boss.
Like, I think the page might have been stronger had they used the whole page for the cover. If I'm gonna nitpick,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, when
it's down to the wired is up in the 6.
Can you put to the other one? Thank you. That like left-hand shadow or that face is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would give this 3.
Yeah,
This
same
is-
here.
This is
Yeah.
our third.
I agree, yeah.
Great. Nice.
Like fits that text perfectly.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Congrats to Miranda. And also, okay. How are we feeling? Do we want a 5-minute water bathroom break
Good.
and come back? Okay, do it.
category is general news story. Anything to note about the category?
It's coverage of an individual news event or issue, and it can be single or multiple pages.
Great. Oh no.
So small.
Yeah.
They're all kind of like this.
There's only one in this submission.
Got it. Is there like a caption or anything like that for each of the stories? And it's,
Mine are also very small.
Oh no.
Um, So I will attempt. I zoomed and it got very blurry.
That's okay.
Yeah, I can't read them.
Yeah, we can go through them. So this is the second one.
And I think I did figure out captions if you want them for any of the photos.
Thank you. Yeah, is there any you guys would like to return to, or should we look around the contact sheet as well? Would that be helpful?
I should take myself out of this.
Okay. Thanks.
Can we go through the third one again?
What's the middle photo? In the last spread.
It says a street sign in the Coal Creek Ranch subdivision in Louisville shows the impact of the fire.
I see, thank you.
Yeah, if we could cycle through contact sheets.
Okay. Yeah, starting with the first project. Maybe we do the black background. Oh, great, thank you.
So this entry is 3 pages?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, is it possible to see the contact sheet for just this submission or no? No. Oh, okay. It's small, but.
Okay.
That's okay. Would you be able to just tab through the pages? Would you open it? Yeah. If it's possible. So like 1, 2, and 3. That's one submission. Thanks. It's also 3 pages. Next. Next. Next.
What paper is this?
Washington Post.
So the top entry is just one page?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make sure I'm seeing that correctly.
That was,
And I can see the captions if you need them.
so just to run down the group, I have in my notes, that first one is the faces, the Ukraine crisis. Second is the WAPO, Afghanistan story, the Denver Post fire, the San Francisco Chronicle fentanyl, other Ukraine New York Times story. One after that was also Ukraine, but that Flames and Fear one. Another one after that was also the Ukraine package, and the last was the WAPO homicide crisis package.
Can we look through the Sunday Denver Post one once more? Third one?
Third one.
What's the caption on the opener in the front page? It's okay.
Is there a caption for
I'm
that?
sorry.
That's okay.
A Louisville resident who lost his home in the Marshall Fire places the American flag on the back of his burned truck on Friday.
Thank you.
Any others you guys wanted to talk through again?
Entry 5. You can leave it like that. Thank you.
Is it all one story?
Yeah.
Oh.
Can you click on the first page?
Thank you.
Are you able to read the date on that? Is it June?
December 18? Yes.
Any other of the submissions you guys want a closer look at?
The second to last submission.
And this date?
May 25th.
And then the next page. Thank you.
Do any of these, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 feel like they don't belong?
To the first one.
The faces of the Ukraine crisis one? This one. Anyone advocating to keep this in?
What's the date on this one? Just curious.
March 12th. It's a weekend issue, so 12th and 13th.
Our last chance, who wants to keep this in?
Are we doing incidents?
Are we,
Oh, yeah, we should probably do
Should we
that.
start from the top?
Yeah, let's do it.
This is the first
This is
one.
the first.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna start
All right,
around if it is
starting.
now.
For me, this isn't out. Just
This isn't yours.
is out for me. I think there's a few other stories and photo-driven spreads that are a little stronger. It's March, which is pretty early in the war.
There's a lot going on this page. It's like they wanted to fit the whole story in one page.
I think it feels crammed.
It's, yeah, it's a little bit, which I'm sure there was a challenge here to do this on one page, but I feel like they needed to lose something, so that makes it out for me.
Okay. So this one's out. Next one, the Afghanistan meth store.
So this is 3 pages. What's the caption on the top photo there?
In Farah, Providence, traffickers sell kilos of meth openly. Children and workers. Oh, that's the next one. It's
Okay,
that's the caption for it.
thanks.
Yeah.
Any strong feelings in or out? Even, what are some things you like or
about some of these spreads.
I like the second spread and the third spread more than the first spread, and part of me wonders if the first spread should be stronger and more inviting to read the rest of the story. So this page brings it down for me, but the other pages are interesting.
What's interesting about these pages for you?
There's some photos that are strong. There's a lot of layers going on. The story itself is interesting and important. I think we were talking about regarding the first submission, that it feels really cramped. With this one, I see some effort made to make it more engaging, and less of a kind of this is all the things that happened in one page.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is very unique, this third page. And it really gives some, it's like they purposefully made this really heavy on this left side, and it's cool. And like this is my favorite out of the 3 pages. You know, and in fairness with newspaper, I know like the first page is really just to show like this was a Sun, or I don't know if it was a Sunday, but a display that was a front page. You know, they kicked off from the front page there, and it also really shows a lot of room to breathe for that story. That's their big display. Also an interesting choice there for the
Should we keep it in for now?
Okay, yeah, let's
Yeah,
keep it in for now.
that's
Move
a
to the
lot.
next.
This is out for me, just based on the third page. Second page is super strong,
Yeah.
but the third page loses me.
Mm-hmm.
The first page, like, why don't we know that guy's name? If we know that he
Yeah.
lost his house.
Yeah.
So out.
I also think the second spread here is really strong, but the other pages are, for me it's the opening photo that's loses it for me. I'm okay with the third spread, but this one I wish a little bit more spoke to what happened. Perhaps it's just me.
Is there anyone advocating to keep this in for discussion or other reasons?
No.
Okay, so we lost this one.
What's the opening caption?
San Francisco police officers and medical examiner staff moved the body of an overdose victim near Golden Gate Avenue and Jones Street in the city's Tenderloin neighborhood.
I'd like to keep this in.
Me too.
This is a
multiple photographers?
Trying to think about this credit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was mostly one. Does the credit show
I'm
anything else?
I have a credit for the first photo, which is Stephen Lamb. Yeah, all visuals by Stephen Lamb. It says.
Thanks.
Thank you. I love seeing that picture full frame. The other one was sort of cropped. And then they had it on their front page. I like this much better with no crop. Presumably, no crop. What's the caption on this one?
Russian conscripts are often sent to battle with little more than a blessing from a priest.
I think this one's out for me.
Just compared to the other entries, I'm gonna say this one's out for me too. It's a nicely tightly edited piece.
And keep in mind, this is the first round of ins and outs. If anyone wants to keep it in discussion. Yeah, Sylvia?
There are some things I appreciate about this entry, but it's out for me too.
Okay. And it sounds like an out from all three of you. The next one.
This one's in for me.
Yeah, this is in for me too. My top three for sure.
Who's the photographer on this? Or is it multiple photographers?
Photographs by Daniel. Gotta zoom in for the name. Last name. Bearaholic.
That's an in. Group. Sorry. Next one.
This is in for me. I like this.
And this was May, is that right?
Yeah, the May 25th one, right?
Is there a second page?
Yes, this was May 25th.
Thank you.
I'm less a fan of these like reusing popular news images later to build the story. Is that bottom photo was in March, I think.
Yeah.
It was like a big spread in March talking about that photo.
Yeah. The woman in the helicopter photo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing for like Hoffman's like gun pass out
Yeah.
photo. of the
Yeah.
person.
That one.
It was like the first day or 2 days or something.
Yeah, I agree. I think the photos are assembled nicely together, but I'll let this go.
this will be out for me.
Convinced.
Okay. Right. And the last one is the Waco homicide crisis.
You go back one, sorry. Just trying to see, lost loved ones from 7 cities in America's homes. 7 cities.
Can you read that caption?
It is Bethany Rocher left and a friend of her late son, Lawrence Morgan, comfort Allison Randolph during a vigil held in memory of Morgan on June 22nd in Parma, Ohio.
So these are different photographers for each one of the vignettes.
I believe it's the same photographer. Oh, no, they're all different.
Okay, thanks.
What's the large photo on the bottom's caption?
Jessica Tallow was killed in a home invasion on this block in Baltimore on August 30th.
This is in for me for now.
Yeah.
Just to note that you guys currently have four out, 3 in. Yes, 4.
Are these 4 pictures, the grid there, are those all the same story? Or those are 4 different cities?
They are different cities. There's Parma, Ohio, Baltimore, St. Louis, and Columbus, Ohio.
Thank you, Jasmine.
I think this is in for now.
Okay. Great.
How do we do?
Got 4 to discuss.
4 and 4, okay,
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah. So the 4 left are
You're still
the
out.
So,
WAPO Afghanistan meth stories first. The San Francisco Chronicle fentanyl is that second one. That third one is the Berhulek New York Times one. And then the homicide crisis one last.
Does anybody want to rank?
Can we just look through them via contact sheets one more time?
And I'd like to encourage you guys to talk a bit about sort of like, you know, what's standing out for you with each of these, why you've voted them in, or might have some hesitation.
I know as I've been looking at them, sort of thinking about like the time span that they've been photographed too, like both, is it multiple photographers, is it a single photographer, and you know, was this something that was done over a period of time or a weekend? That's some of what I'm thinking about, and also just obviously how it's been edited to reflect moving the story along.
Right. And how do some of those earlier things you pointed out influence your decision? time span and multiple photographers.
Well, I mean, it says something for, you know, what the publication sort of is like giving the space to bring the story to the reader, and how much time it took to be able to tell that story versus, you know, Jangus, you mentioned sort of like the repackaging of news, you know, so that's a little bit different than something is sort of a topic that's being explored in a kind of an intentional way versus like, here's an excellent photo edit of, you know, 8 or 12 pictures that have happened since the conflict in Ukraine, or, you know, just something to think about when looking at the packages. What's your approach, Sylvia?
I think, I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to approach it purely from a visual standpoint. If it's working visually, I'm inclined to like it. If it's not.
Right. I know it when I see it. You know, obviously, like something like the fentanyl package, clearly like this photographer is wanting to do a deep dive on this issue. Also, like, excellent presentation here with a special section.
Yeah, what's working and what's not working? Do you know what are some of these?
In this particular one, Flames and Fear, or in the fentanyl?
Can I go back to the phone? The third photo, yeah, this one really struck me. I guess this was when I was like, oh, okay, the photographer spent a lot of time on this, and I can't wait to see what's next. And then the photos that came after were increasingly more in depth and personal. It touches on multiple sides of addiction and recovery.
I think this essay is really strong. Mainly coming from the amount of time that was clearly spent on it, and how comfortable this photographer got people to them, and then like the progression of the edit, seeing the same person repeat, seeing similar scenes that are a little bit like different enough where it shows a progression of time. And then if you compare this to the Afghan meth edit, there's like only 3 scenes really in that edit. There's production, prison, and use. And we don't get really that personal with any single character. So I would put this near the bottom of the pack and the San Francisco one at the top. Even though I lean towards Lorenzo's visual style more.
I agree with that. This one trumps the other story for me as well in terms of empathy and access and depth, and that will trump style, personally.
Yeah, this one's intimate. On a really difficult topic. I think it also does show some, you know, I wanna say like respect for the people that are struggling.
Yeah, like moments of joy as well.
Yes, there's definitely bits of hope in this, which really nice to see.
Yeah.
Do we want to break down
Did
the
we
next
look-
two a bit?
Yeah,
as well?
flames and fear, that's the.
Mhm.
I feel this is just personal, of course. The second page here, the second spread, this is really an elegant intro page. I'm not sure about the front page or and yeah, my eye doesn't immediately go to the top image. Oh, actually the story has to do with the flames. I see, okay. So this is fine, sorry, I take that back. The grid page is a bit, it gives me a little bit of, I feel like it could have been tightened a little bit or balanced a little bit. I'm not the biggest fan of this page, but I think the images are extremely strong. Could have just, personally, I feel like a tighter edit with more emphasis on fewer photos could have been a little more effective. Like 2 photos on top, 2 photos on the bottom, and then 1 big image would have been a little more compelling.
So where's this fall?
I like this. This is not an out for me. I maybe place it in like 3rd, personally, or 2nd.
You want to talk about the last one? What's working and what's not working for this one for you guys?
I really like the approach to this story and breaking it up the way they have and spending time with the families. But I find some of the spreads work significantly better than others. This one not so much.
Yeah.
But there's a couple pages that are really, really intimate. Like not this one, like this section here. Like really, really touching photos, as well as I think the next page. Yeah, these ones as well.
Yeah, the last 2 pages are my favorite too.
But it doesn't feel like it the
sorry, the cover page works, and then the first 2 pages not as well. But like overall as a package, it's really powerful.
Yeah, the tone, or like literal toning of the photo, like the next page is just a little bit jarring, I think. You know, like the brightness of the light, I mean, it's sort of like that muted top picture.
Does one of these 4 that you guys have been talking about feel like an honorable mention rather than a 1, 2, 3?
Can we go back to the 4 that we have?
So it's the WAPO Afghanistan meth story, the fentanyl San Francisco Chronicle story, the New York Times Ukraine Flames and Fear, and Homicide Crisis. Conversely, does anyone want to advocate for a top 1?
I'd say the Afghan story feels like an honorable mention to me.
Yeah. I'm also happy to let it go, I think. The Afghan story. The others feel stronger to me.
Do you mean to let it go completely or as honorable mention?
Either.
Okay.
I vote we keep it honorable mention, and I think it doesn't need to be in the top 3, but I do think it was a nice edit, and it's deserving of an honorable mention in my opinion. Okay. The meth.
What do the 2 other judges think of that choice, honorable mention?
Yeah,
For Afghanistan.
and hat tip to the Washington Post for keeping a photographer in Afghanistan when everybody else is gone. So,
And yeah.
So between the last 3 remaining, what are some thoughts on order there?
I like fentanyl, flames, and homicide. But I could be convinced for the 2 and 3. Fentanyl rises to the top for me. The
Same here.
presentation and editing.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I really like the fentanyl story for number 1. And then as for the second spot, yeah, between the 2. So happy to go with majority.
All right, so between the Ukraine Flames and Fear and the Homicide Crisis, replacing 2 and 3 with an agreement on 1 as the fentanyl story.
Yeah, and I think 2 is the fire, right?
Okay. 2, okay. So we've got 1 going to the fentanyl crisis, 1, 2 to Flames and Fear, and 3 to the homicide crisis story. Okay. All right.
Strong category.
Are we down to just roll into the next one? See if Robert can join us back.
How do we do, Robert? Okay.
Yeah,
For the
really good discussion.
feature story one, right? Yeah, that was a really nice discussion.
big category.
So it's
Tad.
It's coverage of a non-news event that captures daily life or stories that bring dignity to the human spirit, including sports, single or multiple pages.
Thank you.
Stand your feet.
Thank you. Excellent. number 10, submissions seen at the fair, the Olmsted Parks one, photos from Guantanamo, the beach story, Colorado River, one on COVID, tornadoes, wolves, Boston homelessness, and that last one was the Baltimore, The Wire. Ins and outs? Okay, you can do that via contact sheets maybe. Seen at the fair.
It's out for me.
Me too. Three outs.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay.
This is in for me.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. I honestly think this could be a really interesting discussion one as well.
So these are government images? What are
Yeah,
they?
I wanna know more
Pull
about
up
what
either-
this is.
Yeah. Is there either like a description or maybe the headline?
The secret photos of Guantanamo Bay prisoners.
Pentagon photos, right?
And then the caption is, with the shackles on, it was easier to transport them by carrying them, said Michael W. Pendergrass, a Navy photographer at the time, who took this picture of a prisoner being carried to a processing site at Camp X-Ray. While this picture is being published for the first time, Mr. Pendergrass also took a widely recognized picture of a giant American flag being unfurled over the Pentagon after the September 11th attacks.
So this is all one photographer too, the Navy?
No. The first one was Pendergrass, and these look like they're Jeremy Locke. And the top one is a different name I can't see. Shane T. something.
So
What's the caption on the main one?
It was, with the shackles on, it was easier to transport them by carrying them, said Pendergrass, the Navy photographer at the time, who took this picture of a prisoner being carried to a processing site at Camp X-Ray.
No, I'm sorry, if you could go back. One more image. What's the caption there?
Marines working in pairs taking custody of the first 20 prisoners who were brought to Guantanamo Bay from Afghanistan by way of Inkirk, Turkey.
And does it say the photographer?
This one... This one is also Jeremy Locke.
Thanks.
Does it give any sense of the timeline of this?
It says months after the September 11th attacks.
You're asking when these photos were made or when they were published?
The former, but I was just curious. It's interesting. I'm curious to know how it's edited nicely of, who sort of approached who for this. It's interesting to learn maybe something about the background.
Yeah, it looks like they were all taken in 2002.
it'd be surprising to me that the Pentagon would say, hey, New York Times, like, we have this thing, do you want it? Right?
Does it say on the front,
I'm just
part of the
gonna-
front page?
It says
Okay.
only Pentagon leaders were supposed to see the photos.
Doesn't say how they got released at all.
I might have to read the article.
The digital version says using the Freedom of Information Act. New York Times was obtained from the National Archives. Photographs of the first prisoners who were brought from Afghanistan to the wartime prison in Cuba. Released this year. These pictures were taken by military photographers to show senior leaders an intimate view of the offshore detention and interrogation operation in its early stages. And I guess in 2011, WikiLeaks released classified pictures of some prisoners, and lawyers have provided portraits before by the International Committee of the Red Cross.
Should we keep this in for now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's the photographer on this?
Yael, Michaela, Malika,
Malka?
Malka. Yes. Sorry, it's a little blurry.
Yeah, no, these are really hard to read.
And what's this, what's the description on this one?
On this photo in particular?
The series, the package, the story.
Is there like a caption for the submission at all? No.
No, there isn't. I'm trying to find like the best summation for all of these collections.
It's all the same beach, presumably, though.
Yeah, it says a derelict hospital in Queens at Reeves Beach. A backdrop to a freeing scene will soon be demolished.
These may be the last days of the People's Beach in New York. No one knows what's next.
Thank you.
I like this spread a lot better than the next one. This is great. It's fun.
Yeah. This is the fun part to focus
Yeah.
on.
Can maybe lose like 2 images here.
Yeah.
But the other one is great.
What do you guys think about the photos that are sort of tilted? I can't decide if I like it or not. It looked like for a second I'm like, wait a second, a couple things feel off. It gives it a scrapbook type.
Yeah.
Feel.
I get the reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Any votes in or out?
This is all the same photographer we saw? Yeah. I think it's in.
Okay.
Yeah.
In, all right. Next. It's the Colorado River one.
This is in for me.
Me too.
Mm-hmm.
This is bad with that.
Great. Great. And COVID deaths.
Is there a single photographer on this?
Seemed like it.
There. I can't read the names, but they look different. Yeah, they're different lengths.
Yeah, these were different photographers.
So the bottom photos, I wish I could see what that information is down there.
So like a timeline or?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's like COVID through photos on the bottom.
It starts in March 2020 and goes up to January 2022.
Has a photo from every month.
Not every month. There's some repeats and some month skips.
Thanks.
Inside it just looks like a test page.
Yeah.
Those
Are
names.
they names?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mm.
quotes? Or, I can't read very well.
They're responses to people sharing memories about loved ones they lost during the pandemic.
This was, what date was this? This was the million.
Dot,
Yes, it was
Oh,
May 15th.
Part of me wonders if on the story it's more the design that's really compelling rather than the photography. It's just really thoughtfully put together, but the photos, if I'm just focusing on the photos themselves, I am not sure if that's the oomph personally.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would lose it.
Out.
okay. Anyone advocating keep this in? Okay, this is an out. This one is the tornadoes. Just two of them tornadoes? Yeah. Just these two spreads.
I like this. Something aesthetically very cool about this with the reds and the primaries.
Who's the photographer on this one?
I'm gonna have to look it
I'm
up.
looking them up because sometimes it's easier to see.
Yeah, I was just
online.
about to say, I think I might need to look that one up.
Yeah, this was Erin Springer. All her photography.
Can you read the caption
Mhm.
on that page there?
Members of Project Taurus, top left and top and right. Taurus deployed dozens of scientists to track the systems that produce many of the most severe tornadoes. Adam Houston, above right, is a principal investigator for the team, refueling the mobile Doppler radar unit. Below, mapping a course for the Great Plains.
Yeah, I see some, I mean, there's some pictures that some photographs I want to kind of focus on, but I find my eye bouncing around, and there's, sometimes when you have a layout like this, you're compelled to go from one frame to the next. And this one, I feel like each one wants to tell me something, but I have to work too hard. I don't know where to focus. But I'm really interested in what's going on with the first photo, the second photo, third photo. I almost just want to go right past, and then even that last one, I don't know what's. So it's kind of falling apart. I get there's a lot of activity going on. There's a lot of things that people get to do, but it's not telling me a story. At a level where I want to be compelled to dive into it.
It feels like they gave the most weight to one of the least compelling photos.
Like I would love to see either the last photo, huge, or something that would feel like you can feel the weather,
They
that was
couldn't
like a
crop
bad
that
storm down there.
a 1:1 ratio, that's why it's, maybe you could.
You can flip back to the first page. It's like it's a story about storm chasing, but you see the chasing is there like driving scene or any action besides that last photo? I really like this story. It's kind of fun and light. And your point about the colors.
Yeah, the color's cool.
It's really nice.
Do you feel like it rises to Olmsted, Guantanamo, the beach, Colorado River status to keep in? Or is it more like the fair and the million death COVID average?
I feel like it's that.
Yeah,
But
I don't know that it's rising when you frame it that way, Emily.
Okay, that was helpful.
Okay. Cut it.
So 2 outs and ins. Anyone? Okay, sorry. No advocates for in, right? Okay. Now, thank you.
So is the opener image made by the same photographer that made all the black and white images?
I do not see a byline on the first page.
I thought this was all one photographer.
Yes, it does say photos by Anthony Souffle. On the third page it says that.
Can we see the third and the fourth pages?
You guys have 2 more after this to vote in or out. This would be the 5th. If you were to vote it in.
I think it's in for now, but I think needed some more editing,
Yeah.
lose a few pictures.
Okay, keep that in.
Yes.
Next one is homelessness in Boston.
Miss Houston,
Oh my god. What I
I recognize some of these places.
did. There you go.
What's the, sorry, what was the caption there?
The underpass where people, including a woman named Terry Harris, had set up an encampment before the city moved them out and into apartments.
Looks like it was assigned after people that moved.
Sort of like a few
Missing
stories
something.
within a story.
Can you see the last page again? Thanks.
And what makes you want to look at this page a little more carefully, Robert?
Arthur, is this broken up into different people? Is that what's going on? The text? I can't think of it.
I believe this page is all about the same woman.
It's all about the same person?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I mean, I feel like something's missing from like a beginning point, but am I being too literal?
No, I think you're right. Like, there's the shot of where the underpass, and then there's the people who have resettled in their homes, but there's a link or maybe a couple missing.
Mm-hmm. But the solution the photo editor or the team came up with did create, you know, the visual story. You know, it's like where they're from and where they are. So I mean, that's a plus, but does it stay in?
That last page sort of goes a lot of different ways. Some more pictures.
I think it's out for me.
Yeah.
There is some redundancy too in that 4th and 5th page there. yeah, you have to be tight in your editing, so that's an issue. And then, yeah, the last page, last spread is kind of all over the place. There's no it's not unified.
That one's out.
I remember seeing this, because this, I think, came out as like a couple of different stories on the web.
Yeah.
I'd be like super impressed with it, but it like does not have the same impact looking at it this way.
I agree.
No promises, but there are, there is a digital category as well. It's a possibility that it was entered there as well.
But out.
Yeah, how?
Okay. Great, and the last one.
This is the Baltimore one.
Can you read like one or two captions off this?
Yeah, is there any particular photo?
Just to get a sense of like what some of the photos are trying to convey.
Yeah, so that top one on the left, far left, Selena Noble, who lives near the locations known as Amsterdam in the show. I thought it was great that they were doing something. I mean, I didn't like the way people were going to portray Baltimore, but it was nice that people decided to do it here and, make something of our own. And then the picture directly across it from the building, the rear of Morgan Foker Vocational Technical High School in Baltimore. One season of The Wire focused on the school system and the lives of several students.
They can send for that.
And for Robert.
Yeah.
Okay, then I think it's worth discussing. So if we look back on the contact sheet on ins and outs. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's interesting, The Wire is from like 20 years ago. It's an interesting choice to.
Alright. Do you mind just pulling up the ones we've kept in? So just to recap, that means we've got the Olmsted Park one, Guantanamo Bay, the Jacob Reese Beach, the Colorado River story, Wolves, and the Wire one.
Would it be okay if we took a very quick break
Sure.
for a bathroom?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
maybe we can go through and talk about what's working, what's not for each of these for everyone.
Can we
Except for
just,
Robert.
can we flip quickly through all these contact sheets?
Contact sheet.
The beach, Colorado River, wolves, and the wire.
I thought the parks piece was really nice and poetic. Kind of a story about how much we all appreciate and need nature in our surroundings. Some good pairings and like the illustrative elements are cool as well. The little quotes help punctuate the essay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Alright. Any other thoughts on this one particularly?
Just like the visual variety on this one. It's really nice to look at. From, and it's a park and it feels like a breath of fresh air. So,
Is it one park or different parks? Do we know?
Can we look at the second page and that text?
Yeah.
Oh, it's multiple parks.
All the ones this guy designed, right?
Oh, all designed by the same person.
Oh.
The Central Park.
Yeah, it says Brooklyn, Louisville, Detroit.
Oakland.
Oakland.
DC.
And I believe this is all the same photographer, right? Yeah.
Essay bar.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm.
We got like even more under that page.
Yeah. I like that they really, this photographer really worked in humans, but interacting with all the parks and moments, and it's really well done. Sense of place.
Yeah, this is a really fun diptych.
And the editing, these play really well off of each other in the space.
This is a cute spread too.
Yeah, very cute. Sweet.
And this gets at, like, I guess, protests within parks as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot of notes that it touches on, but overall telling a kind of a nice unified story about this park designer, I assume. It's really nice.
inclination that this falls somewhere in particular in the pecking order too, or do you guys want to go through all of them?
It's in my top 3 right now.
Me too. This is one of my favorites.
Look at the next one then.
This one is. One of the things I was thinking about when looking at this story is just sort of like elevating that these images exist. Not 22 years later or something like that, right? Somebody was smart to FOIA these and hand them off to a photo editor. Or maybe a photo editor was smart to FOIA these, I should say, like, who knows if it was a. What's the last spread look like?
Are you able to see what some of those numbered notes are connected with the dots in the photos?
Yes. So for the first top left, the 1 is, although the detainees arrived shackled, this Marine had flex cuffs in his vest and a club. 2 is, this lieutenant with a riot shield on his helmet is grasping a lanyard attached to a pistol. And 3, this Marine has a military police armband and a shotgun.
Thank you.
It's interesting because this does feel like a news story to me, even though I understand why it's in the non-news category because of the nature of how this came about.
I remember when this came out, wondering why it was annotated. It's like as you read through that, it was like the annotations didn't add much to my understanding of what was happening in the images.
It's like part of the presentation of it being like Exhibit 1.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd just love to know like what work the editor did on this on the back end.
Mm-hmm. What kind of.
Go to the next one.
Can we say the one after as well?
Did we miss the beach one, or was that?
That was the last one.
Oh, sorry.
This is one photographer as well. It's lovely too.
I believe so. Looks like they're all Matt McLean.
Yeah.
All right, I'm actually actually gonna pause us now because we have to head to dinner.
this is, remind me what category?
This is digital picture editor of the year, so a single
Okay.
portfolio.
Okay.
And all 7 of these, or sorry, 6 are one.
Would you like me to just kind of slowly scroll through this, and you all can just tell me if you want me to pause on part of the page? Or...
Yeah, that sounds great, if that's okay with everyone.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Are you able to use like the down arrow maybe? That seems
A little fast. Yeah.
You have to click.
Yeah.
I'm too good to be doing drugs, you know, I'm too smart, I got so many options in front of me, there's too many things I'd rather be doing. I don't feel like I'm better than anybody, but I feel like I'm better than being a drug user. I'm too good to be doing drugs, you know, I'm too smart, I got so many options.
Okay, so we have the video and then, okay, and then the photos and pictures. Okay, so this is, tell me if I'm wrong, but, okay, so like when I'm scrolling through, the photos are changing just in place. So this is, I can't scroll up the arrow. Okay. This mouse is kind of old and weird.
Can you try using the space bar?
Oh.
Just tap it.
Oh,
That's
I
working
did,
better.
thank you.
Yeah.
Should I go back so we can, so we had the video and then coming to here and then I will tap with the space bar.
TL streets do not give a fuck about where you are, who you are. They're unrelenting. And once you become part of these streets, it's hard to get off of them. It's very hard to get off of them. And if you under any type of drug influence out here, it's damn near impossible, man. TL streets do not give a fuck about where you are, who you are. They're
I do know that every time I do hear from him, whatever mean things he might say to me, you know, I know it's the drugs, it's not him, because he's sweet and he's funny and he's caring. He's a good person. The drugs make him someone different. So I always tell him I love him, you know, whether it's a text message or a phone call, because it's, honestly, I keep thinking that could be the last conversation. So I just like to make sure he knows that I love him. I do know that every time I do hear from
Okay, so this is, let me scroll over it.
It's a quote by Joseph Campbell that I like a lot. He compared to mythologist. When you follow your bliss, doors open where you didn't know there was one. I like that, you know. And I don't think my bliss is doing drugs. I think it's a different path. It's a quote by Joseph Campbell.
Being a user and delivering Narcan in naloxone, I mean, I'm a firm believer that it has to be us as drug users that, you know, look out for each other. I've been clean for 1.5 years. My sober birthday is, I got clean Mother's Day of 2020. If people like me aren't looking out for other people like me, nobody else is gonna do it. It's like that kind of thing, like we're waiting for help, like help ain't coming, we're in. Being a user,
Like it just going off, we change, we'll be back out. Every day. Stop. Come on now. Why the fuck are you talking to me? I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. Come on, man. Help us out, man. I'm talking to you, man. Help us out, man. Come on now. Help us out. You know I got a job to do. You know this. You know this. Yeah. This drug it gets a hold of these people, man, and it don't let them go. And it doesn't care what race you come from or what your classification may be. You know, you might come from a good family that has a lot of money. They don't care, because once it gets a hold of you out here, it's got you. This drug it gets a hold of these people, man, and it don't let them go. And it doesn't care what race you come from or what your classification may be. You know, you might come from a good family that has a lot of money. They don't care.
We want to get him help, and that's what keeps me going through the day, is the fact that I know he's alive, he's worth saving. I will never give up the fight for him. I don't know, I feel very strongly that he has been around for this long for a reason. He is something he shouldn't be. He's overdosed more than 40 times. There's some reason why he's still here. And he says that too, so we agree on that. We want to get him help.
Thank you guys for coming out.
We love you, Morgan.
Yeah, love you too.
I pray for you every day, and you're on a whole bunch of prayer chains in Kansas.
Oh, good. I think it's working.
And they always ask about me. They don't even know you.
Really?
How's that grandson of yours for you? And I said, Morgan's doing good, and he's going to do better. And when he gets better, he's going to come to Kansas. Be some beautiful, big Swedish farm girl.
Thank you guys for coming.
Fentanyl is devastating the country. We have seen skyrocketing number of drug-related overdoses in the last couple of years. You know, my patients, like, there's so many things that have happened in their lives to lead to the moment that they're in. They didn't, you know, they didn't choose this. Just the things that I hear are heartbreaking about why they ended up as they are, and what they're confronting and what they're coping with. Fentanyl is devastating.
Morgan. Hello? Hey, can you hear me? You don't sound very good, honey. And last time I saw you on your birthday, you were not doing well. I'm really concerned. Honey, well, any kind of help is good, right? So if this doctor's saying that he can get you in there, you don't see how that could help you. Okay. Why is that? Don't you think it would be a step in the right direction? Morgan, are you happy? This is something that always happens, is that you're not happy because you don't have money and you've lost your stuff. But that's been happening for 14 years. I'm not going to send you money. I'm trying this is going to be the new thing. I will help. Morgan, I love you. Morgan, I love you so much. I will help you, okay? I will help you go to detox, anything, okay? Morgan, I want you to be healthy. Are you ready? No, I don't. Morgan, if I don't talk to you every day, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know where you're at. I don't know if you're alive or dead. Okay, I understand that sent you down a spiral. So, other than me buying you a new phone and sending you money, what else can I do to help you? Nothing, that's it. Well, I love you, Morgan. I'm here for you. I think you should listen to that doctor's advice, and if you can get into that center. And then I'll be there for you when you get out, okay? Hang up on me. Just want some money. At least he's alive, right? What's wrong with that? He does not sound good, though. We can't even string together a sentence, and there's somebody coming in and out of his room. Oh, God. This is never going to end. Sometimes I think it'd be better if he just died, to be honest, because this is like the longest, slowest death. It is like torture, you know? I mean, that's not true. I don't want him to die, but it's just like, when you see someone you love that just is killing themselves in this slow fashion, it's so hard to watch it. Morgan.
want to do something, and I want to be the best person I can be. But I don't feel like I'm on the clock anymore, or have to achieve great things to make a mark in the world, or have a worthwhile existence. You know, I think if I stay true to myself and the plan that the universe has for me, I'll be good, and I'll be exactly where I need to be. I want to do something, and I want to be the best person I can be.
Does anyone want to give any suggestions? Do you want me to go through this any differently as we move through them?
For what it's worth, I think the rest of these are a little more straightforward.
Yeah, that was.
But I am realizing like these portfolio categories take a while, and if we do want to finish this category, we definitely won't be done by 8. So I wanted to just check in with you guys since I know we talked about that, about whether we want to try to persevere through this category or set a different deadline and just cut it off then.
I did realize that we chose this category because there were only 6 entries, but
they're all.
that means there's gonna be like 40
42, yeah.
websites to go through.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. We can go through 40 websites, but not at the pace we were going through.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be happy just like skimming the pages quickly,
Yeah.
like not watching any videos and just like going through the pages. 40 websites is going to take a long time.
Yeah, for sure.
Even
Everyone's
skimming
gonna have to
40
follow
websites is
up.
going to take a while. So.
Yeah. Okay, let's try to push through that.
Do you have a suggestion?
And how do you guys feel about we don't finish by 9, calling it then?
Say 8:30.
8:30? Yeah, 8:30. So we've got an hour.
That sounds good.
Okay, yeah. And we'll pick up after. And what I was thinking too is for the judges, I was thinking I could, and anyone else who wants to see it, send out these links overnight so that like tomorrow morning we can pull them up on our laptops for the rest of these rounds as well. Does that sound good? Okay, great. Thank you. Name portfolios and story.
And tell me if you want me to slow down or stop anywhere. end of this one. Does anyone want to see any of this again?
Can you go back to, just to the top, I want to
Sure.
just see some. And then scroll down to the headline. Okay.
Go back to anything here?
Why don't we see about making it through as many as we can, because I'm feeling we'll also be discussing, and I can send these out tonight. I'm not sure we'll make it through all of them by 8:30, but maybe, yeah.
Can you back up a little? Sure. And then just slow down just a tad, I want to be able to see the captions just for a little bit. I mean, I don't need to linger over it, but.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you want to go back to read some more of the captions above?
Can we go back, like, there's like 3, yeah, right before this, at the hotel, yeah. Oh.
Starting here?
Mhm.
Can y'all read or?
Mm-hmm.
I'm good. Thank you.
the end of the story. Let's see.
That's great.
And go back to anything in this one? Good.
feel like it's worthwhile to talk through anything from the first portfolio, or do you want to take a quick break before the next one?
I thought it was a strong portfolio. Really rich storytelling, visual storytelling, especially the last, the story about the Trans-American Valley. The use of the time lapse and drone was really sharp. The archive photos too. I think that it has the portfolio has an identity. You know, it's not all over the place.
I'm really sorry to have to do this, but I've been fighting pretty bad migraine. So I think it's best I step out. But it was really great meeting all of you. No, it's been so great learning from you guys. I feel bad I gotta go for a minute.
Don't feel bad. Take care of yourself. Do you need help?
No, I'm okay.
Or
Oh,
you,
I
oh,
still,
you just gave me the
I still have my
test.
mask.
Okay.
good.